Emily pressed her hands to her chest and confessed to Shione, who always sincerely loved him with all her heart. Her cheeks were blossomed with shame. They stood in the middle of the flower field, illuminated by the bright glow of the full moon. The girl looked at the young man. Her eyes were asked without words, or not to be with her. Zean already wanted to answer something, but Emily approached him closer and putting her hands, looking forward to his reaction. Zean was confused and did not find what to say to the girl. Suddenly, he takes her shoulders and says that she is a very important girlfriend for him. Because of these feelings, he cannot meet her. Emily looks away, ashamed, and sadly asks Zean if he finds her attractive. However, Zean assures the girl that it is not at all, and she is good as it is. Hearing such words, Emily smiles happily. She bows easily and asks Zean if he will agree a little more about his decision. After that, she goes quickly, and smiling says Zean that he hopes to hear his answer when they defeat the King of Demons. Zean silently escapes her. When Emily left, Zean barely resisted not to explode from emotions. After that, he sat carefully and put his hand on his mask. Slowly removing her, Zean was confused in his own feelings. He does not know how to proceed because he still cannot believe that Emily confessed to him in her feelings. He scored, remembering Lamia recently confessed. She could no longer hide her feelings and wanted to meet him. The moon, his other girlfriend, also said that she could not restrain her emotions. She fell in love, even though their journey continues. Remembering his girlfriends Lamia and Luna also confessed to him, he lies on the grass. He becomes embarrassed. Now 3 confessions need to be considered. His smile involuntarily appears on his face, but he immediately beats himself, reminding that he should not be so smart. A blush appears on his face because he remembers how 3 girls confessed to him in love, and from that happiness the guy seems to fly with joy. In this world, there are 16 heroes who are divided into 2 types, the heroes of the elements and the holy heroes. The heroes of the elements have such forces as fire or light, and the holy heroes are endowed with special abilities, such as the divine eye or the speed of God. Zean AKS is the hero of the element. 13 years have passed since he became a hero of darkness. Zean pulled out his vaginal sword, preparing for battle. Before the deer and his allies appeared a strange creature similar to a snail monster with tentacles and many eyes. When the creature came closer, everyone was alert. It began to wave its tentacles. The monster attaches adventurers to the tentacles, but they have time to evade. On the tentacles, the creature flows mucus, and touching the grass, it begins to hiss and smoke. Zean warns that the poison has a monster mucus. The moon targets its magic wand on the monster and asks Zean to give it to her. She says that if it is a poisonous mucus, then the fire should work. After these words, the moon shoots with fire bullets. They hit the monster, and it flares the flames. However, after a moment, the monster came out of the flame. Seeing that the fire was not able to damage him, Lena decided to use the blade of wind. But all the blade was reflected from the monster, and the moon could not believe that it could even reflect the wind. She decides to attack this time with all his strength. Water spears appear around it, which immediately fly forward and fly directly to the monster. But these spears disappear as soon as the monster. The moon breathes hard, looks at the monster in surprise, and does not understand why her magic does not work at all. Llama decides to intervene and goes forward. She asks the moon to retreat, assuring that she will handle it. She pulls the sword from which sparks fall, and says that the poisonous slippery is probably afraid of fire, water, and most of all, lightning. She waves her sword and says, Luna, that without the element of lightning from her little benefit. Luna annoyingly replies that it is unfair, and adds that she just wants to boast before the deer. Lamia focuses, lifts the sword, and, making a jump high up, cuts the giant body with one mighty attack. The body of the monster is distorted, becomes liquid, and slowly spreads on the ground. Lami's face is relieved, and her lips are decorated with a happy smile. She turns to the Ceylon and asks whether she has any remarks, but the moon is just screaming and turning away. Emily smiles and praises his girlfriend for a well-done work. But suddenly the remnants of the monster behind Llama began to burn and rise. Hearing these sounds, the lamb looked around. The moon has time to push the girlfriend, so that the monster's sudden attack does not touch her. Lamia falls to the ground, and with it, a month falls on top. Lamia was immediately worried about her girlfriend, noticing how she was holding her shoulder with a painful face. When Lamia paid attention to the shoulder of the moon, she noticed that she had poisoned. Lamia and Luna look at the monster and notice that there are two of them now. Lamia cannot believe that the weakness of the monster is ordinary land. Zean and Amelia ran to Lamia and the moon to make sure that everything is fine with them. Seeing that the moon is wounded, Amelia turns to Zean. The poison should be removed immediately, so they will have to retreat. However, Zean stands in front of the allies and says that he will handle himself. Emily tries to conquer him because dark magic does not happen to him, because the weakness of poisonous snails is the earth. Zean stands before his allies. He extends his hand forward, and in his palm there is a small ball of darkness. He appeals to the darkness to release his strength, and at that moment the land around the monster begins to fall and change its shape. Two walls grow from the ground with a loud roar. Zean squeezes his fist, and the walls with force are closed, crushing the monster with each other. The walls are then collapsed again. The girls look at it in surprise and praise Zean enthusiastically, saying it was striking. They add that they did not expect anything less than him, because he is always so incredible. The Dreon turns to the girls and says with a smile that he is just lucky. Then, with passion, he calls everyone not to stop and try even more for the Foria team. When all four coped with the monster, they staged a break in nature, sitting in the shade of trees. Lamia draws attention to which moon is small, and confesses that although they are all together in one team, Zean is so strong that others have nothing to do. Lamia supports the girl, acknowledging that her magic and sword possession are not equal to the deer, and so she never felt that she was really helping in battles. Emily sadly lowers her eyes and confesses that she used healing magic only once, and he cured only a scratch. The girls all sigh together. Seeing his girlfriends upset, Zean tries to cheer them up, reminding that all three have long been helping him in the fight. He tells them that the matter is not in the battles themselves, but that they all supported it. Zean remembers the case when they failed to save people. Then one of the victims accused him of the fact that her father died through a demon, and they protected the demon. Zean confidently tells the girls that if it were not for them, most likely, he would have stopped being a hero for a long time. He asks them not to be upset or miss. Luna smiles and apologizes for her words, explaining that she was just a little nervous. Lamia also apologizes and promises that he will now train to prove his value. Emily smiles warmly and encourages friends, assuring that together they will be able to overcome everything. Zean thanked his friends and invited them to move on together. Since they met 3 years ago, these people became a real comrade for him. Zean is convinced that with such a team, he can overcome any difficulties. On the way back, the moon asks if they can disperse. She tells Zean to go to the hotel of the neighboring village. Zean is surprised that he will now have to go himself. Lamia approaches him, hugs the elbow, and apologizes. She explains that they need to prepare something. Amelia adds that this smile is designed for a very special event, for his birthday. Only after these words does Zean recall that today his birthday. He thinks whether this year's party will be the same as last year. This thought causes him a smile and a pleasant anticipation. He tells girls that he has other things. The moon asks him to wait until the evening. Departing, she asks Zean to eat nothing in advance. Zean appeals to the girls to stop. He removes his mask and says he wants to share with them an important thing. Zean thanks to his comrades for not laughing at his seemingly stupid dream to save this world from sadness. He bows to them and thanks for always near him. But when he lifts his eyes, he notices that something is wrong with the girls. They all turn away with the guilty look. Looking at, Zean notices that Emily is excited. On her cheeks quietly rolls small tears. Zean apologizes to the girls because it seems to him that he said something wrong. They smile again, and Emily wipes tears and says that she just got something in her eye. After that, all three go together. Looking at them, Zean thinks that it's all too much. He sighs, puts on a mask, kneads, and goes the other way. Ahead of the day, but he does not know how to spend this time until the evening. Suddenly, he approaches and says that he has a holiday tonight, so he cannot leave all his friends only. Afterwards, he begins to run quickly, realizing that he is 25 years old today. He realizes that it is time to stop worrying and take up. Finally, it reaches the forest where many thin trees grow. Stopping, the guy realizes that if he does not return soon, he will be late. Suddenly, his gaze falls on something ahead. Zean notices that 3 desperate adventurers are fighting with a giant orc. Goblin roars loudly and beats a stick on the ground. From this, 2 guys immediately throws away. 2 guys hurt the rock, and the girl mag is frightened to death. Zean realizes that they cannot handle Goblin, and they are not working with Magina at all. If so goes on, they will quickly win. Zean comes closer and asks if help is needed. The young man, frightened and not understanding who before him, still asks to help because the monster is too strong. Zean instantly understands everything, quickly gets a sword from the vagina, and jumps to Goblin. He once waves with a sword. The driver is safely landing, and Goblin is dying in place. Calmly, slowly, the Dryan hides the sword in the vagina. In a moment, Goblin's body fell to the ground and crumbled into pieces. All 3 of the surviving stood, stunned, watching Goblin cut into pieces with only 1 sword. After that, Zean says he is about to go and says goodbye to everyone. However, all 3 rush to him and say that they have not yet had time to thank. The young man recognizes the act on a mask, black dress, and a good voice. Zean confirms this, and the boys admit that they are his fans. They are very proud that such an outstanding person helped them. Zean rejoices that all is well. When the sun began to sit down, Zean came to the hotel, which the moon told him. He himself could not understand why he was so worried. It was just his birthday. The girl met him at the hotel. She brought him to a place that was specially reserved for them and said Emily with her girlfriends would soon approach him. Sitting at the table, he removes the mask and throws at the size of the table how many people will fit. He feels that he is still nervous and thinks where his girls are now. Then the guy also removes gloves. Emily, Luna, and Lamia came to him soon and apologized for making them waiting. All 3 girls were in wonderful evening dresses. Xiam blushed, seeing his friends. He told the girls that they looked great. The girls were glad that he liked their appearance. The moon comes closer to him, gently holds his hand on his cheek, and says that today all attention is drawn to him. Lamia congratulated him on his birthday and said that her gift for him in the moon was a vagina for a sword of acacia. She noted that the ones he used now are already quite old. Emily extends him gloves, explaining that it is a gift from her. She tied them and hopes that he would be more comfortable with them. The driver takes his gifts, thanks friends, and promises that he will take care of each of them. The moon was in Emily when she had time to tie the gloves. Smiling, she joked that it was just a sin to moan during their adventures. Emily asked not to say that. Suddenly, tears appeared on Zean's face. He wipes tears out of his face. Luna asks why he is crying, and Zean assures that he does not cry. They are suitable for Lamia, laughing quietly, and says Sione that he is so sweet that she could eat it. She puts her hands on his sword and says that such a gift does not fit for her birthday. Asked to give the sword back. Zean removes the sword and gives him a girlfriend without hesitation, sincerely thanking her for her care. After that, Emily approaches him, takes Zean in his arms, and asks if he opposed him to remove his rings. She presses the young man's hand to her heart and asks to remove the hero's ring on her birthday, to get rid of the burden he brings. The driver was stuck and agreed, asking his girl to hold them. Luna approaches him from behind and asks to remove earrings that protect against magic. The driver agrees again, removes earrings and gives them to his girlfriend. The girls stop in front of him, and the moon says Sion that they have a surprise for him. She asks the guy to close her eyes. Hearing about the surprise, Zajan smiles and says that last year he opened his eyes a little. This time, he promises to try to leave them closed. Zajan sits quietly and waits, and suddenly feels his forces gradually disappear. Zean suddenly opens his eyes. It is covered by a lot of fear, and he wants to ask the girls what is happening. But here he feels that he was firmly rolled into the chair with some magic chain. He immediately recalls that he gave his earrings, which protected from magic, the moon. Suddenly he hears someone's laughter. Someone is glad that he was finally caught. This stranger says he didn't think it would take so much time. Zean notices that 3 more heroes appeared in the room with him and his allies, fire, wind, and land. He looks at them with surprise, not understanding why they are here. The hero of the fire smiles and says he will now explain Zione, why they are here. He argues that it is part of their grand plan, which lasted for 3 years. The hero of the wind says that everyone is united to get rid of him. The hero of the earth adds that the associates he trusts so much served them. Zean, in full shock from heard, he cannot believe his ears. He desperately denies that it is not true, but his former allies who hold him firmly only shyly look away. The heroes make fun of him, call it naive, and add that because of his simplicity, their design succeeded. Then Zean asks them why they do it all. The hero of the fire, with contempt on the face, replies that everyone behaves so because no one is able to conquer him. Even the king of demon was frightened and began to behave more calmly. The hero of the wind says Zione that she, of course, envied, because he is not just the strongest, but also the most famous of all the characters. All 3 heroes stand behind Zean and say that many consider the most powerful hero of the elements of Aksa. Even those heroes who have divine power and look at others are recognized that he is a special case. The hero says that it is time to take away magical power. 3 heroes bring crystals to his body, because it is the zone that should be. They ask not to keep their evil on them. They begin to activate crystals, and Zean feels unbearable pain. Zean screams with pain, and soon crystals begin to crack. The wind hero raises dark debris and says that 90% of Zean's magical power has disappeared with them. He passes the fragments of the heroine of the wind and asks her to deal with them. She leaves the room. Coming out, the hero of the wind lifts many debris and throws them into the air, hoping that the wind will spread them all over the world. Returning to the rest, the wind stopped near Zean and asked why he would not try to collect all the debris. Zean was silent, lowering his head until the wand was sent to him. The hero of the earth, looking at him from above, says that they will now move him to the dark forest so that he could not approach either the heroes or the king of demons. After these words, the Drian is painful and then strained even more. He returns to the moon and asks whether everything she told him when he was depressed was only a deception. He then turns to Lamia and is wondering whether she was laughing when she laughed happily during fencing training. Zean is hopeful with Emily whether there is a connection between them, as she always said. The driver screams with all his efforts, begging to give him an answer. At that moment, the magic that kept it suddenly disappear. Everyone is flying around, and the girls try to hide. The hero of the fire does not understand how he managed to escape so quickly, because they have completely exhausted him. The hero of the wind turns to the frightened hero of the earth and demands that he can teleport Zean as soon as possible. Zean returns to the moon and insists that she answers him. The moon is trembling and timidly confesses that she obeyed only orders, which is why she did so. The Zean then turns to Lamia, and he replies that she simply obey her real team orders. He then asks for an explanation in Emily, hoping that she did not betray him. But she also says that she just fulfilled the assignment, and sincerely apologizes. Zean fades in place when he realizes that it is true. Even if he makes every effort, even if he finds something particularly valuable, it can all disappear so much. The hero of the fire orders to teleport Zean immediately. The hero of the fire directs his rod to Zean and uses the spell of Exile. Zean stands quietly, not resisting, and gives the body to obey the power of magic. He is well aware that his life will always be like that. Once in the dark forest, Zean lies on the ground and looks into the sky. He realizes with horror that he really never had real friends. All this was just an illusion. Zean sits down and lowers his head. He realizes that the love they were talking about has never existed, but he still believed them. All he can repeat now is what he trusted them. Therefore, a desperate cry is carried throughout the forest, full of pain from such a cruel betrayal. Next to Zean, among the trees, is a large, dark cave. He has neither a sword nor any equipment, but still lacks magical power. With these thoughts, he slowly raises from the earth. Zean comes up, shaking, and suddenly understands that if it is a dark forest, then he found himself completely on a different continent. Something is rustling nearby. Zean raises his head and sees how the monster is approaching him, breaking the branches. It is rapidly approaching the giant Ogre, preparing for the attack. Zean looks at a high enemy and then straightens his black wings. He straightens his wide wings, and from them spicy feathers, which at high speed fly into the organ and penetrate his body. The defeated monster falls to the ground, and Zean picks up his wings. He understands that such an appearance does not promise anything good, and he is ashamed that his heroic life can end at the hand of such a worthless monster. Rain begins, and the occupation wanders aimlessly in the dark forest. Suddenly he feels something strange, as if he were trembling. Lifting his eyes, the guy notices an animal that looks like a fox who watches him closely. Zean tries to keep calm. He looks at the creature in front of him and thinks that she is incredibly beautiful. In her high posture, Zean seems to see her thoughts. Slowly, it is approaching even closer. He asks the animal if she understands him, and replies what he understands. Zean praises his pronunciation. Lys explains that he just played with people who come to this forest. Zean turns to the fox and asks if he is going to eat it. The fox waves his tail and assures that he will not do it. They both remain silent for a while. The former hero looks at the fox with delight and curiosity. Zean turns to the fox and confesses to despair that he no longer wants to live. He asks for this wonderful creature to pick up his life. The fox asks if he really wants it. They look silently in each other's eyes. The driver will never forget that day. He was 8 years old. He lay on the ground, frightened and wounded. The body of the man was pierced by several swords. A dead woman lay on the ground near her, and a man with a bloody sword, who held the body of a little girl, stood near her. The application looked frightenedly at the robbers standing in front of him and smiling abruptly. Some persistently intimidated people, others stole valuables and passers-by. Seeing the child, one of them is swollen by the sword. Zean fades with horror, unable to move. But suddenly a stranger appears in front of Zean. With one wave, he copes with all the bandits. The man hid the sword and leaned to the baby. He said that all this was incredible cruelty, and there was only one who survived. Having extended his hands to the child, the man assured that everything had passed. It was on the day when the parents and sister of Zean were killed that he was saved by the Hero of Darkness. At 12 years, Zean became a student of the Hero of Darkness and received this title. Since then, both light and dark memories have appeared in his life. After that, he met the moon, Lamia, and Emily, and for the first time in his life, truly believed that he found true happiness. But happiness is constantly slipping out of his hands. If fate really existed, Zean would be sure that he was born under an unhappy star. Zean extends his hands to the fox and asks to take his life. But suddenly the fox asks the same in response. They both look at each other in surprise. Zean asks the fox whether he really asked to take his life, and the fox confirms it. They understand that they seek the same. The fox, with a gentle smile, looks at this coincidence, and Zean laughs quietly in response. Zean turns away, and the fox, waving his tail, asks why he laughs so much. Zean thinks that the talks of the fox remind him of the old man who lives in the past. He apologizes and adds that the fox looks almost like a man, even very smart. The fox ceases to wave his tail, straightens and proudly says that Zean is very good. Even the usual bald one as he is, the Zean is treated well. Zean looks at the big fluffy tail, soft wool, delicate paws, and nervously ears. Zean smiles, feeling calm in the soul. He turns to the fox that I would like to talk. The fox, in response too, smiles gently and says that he does not mind the conversation, but first asks to allow him to burn everything. At this point, the monster behind the puppies suddenly flashes. The monster begins to scream loudly with pain. Zean departs from the campfire, closing his face with his hand, and says he did not notice the monster because he was inattentive. Liss explains that this is Chibolin. They are masters of hidden attacks from behind. Zean looks carefully at the monster that is still burning. The fox shakes his tail and invites Cheyenne to follow him in a quieter place where he will hold him. Cheyenne decides to follow the fox. In the end, they come out on a small bough covered with flowers. Sion sits on a stump, and the fox seems to him as a Hakuko. He says Sion that you can just contact him with a hack, and explains that he is a guy. Zion seems and says he is already a former hero. Haku replies that he understands him. Having waved his tail, Kaku adds that he really knows little in humans, because he lives only over 300 years. Haku turns to Zion and asks if he can tell him the story of his life. Zion nods, they say. He really is interesting to hear it. So Kaka begins his story. He once lived here with his family. They settled in this forest. He says that everything was calm before, but over time his parents, a friend, and then even the child died. In the end, his grandson died. Zion asks if they died through the monsters. The hack replies that it is a natural course of life because it is special. Options are mutated monsters. Shion realizes that the hack has received incredible strength, which has lived so many years. He remained lonely all this time, losing loved ones. Haku says that the demons usually live for about 50 years, but he has already lived 300 years and is still feeling great. The flower leans up to the hack, and dewdrops roll from its petals. He confesses that he no longer wants to stay alone, and remembers how he saw a loved one dies next to him. Looking at Zion, he suddenly notices something important. Tears roll from the eyes of the former hero, though he tries to restrain them carefully. Hacha, not understanding, asks his friend why he cries. Qian, with a sob and trembling voice, assures that he does not cry, but Haku does not believe him and asks whether he cries so much because tears are pouring hail. Tears fall on the hands of Zion, but in a trembling voice, he assures that it is not tears, but just sweat. The hacker smiles because he has never heard such an excuse. Zion turns to the fox and says he understands him, because he also lost his family and everyone he loved. Haku confesses that he now wants to hear the story of Zion himself. The former hero hesitates because he does not know where to start. Hearing this story, the hack also does not hold back tears, because the life of Shion has been so sad since childhood. Then Zion is interested in the fox, what was the saddest thing about his life. The hack replies that the greatest pain was caused by the death of his grandfather who lived nearby. Zion nods sympathetically, understanding his feelings. The hook wipes tears with a paw and says that betrayal is very painful. He adds that these characters are just awful. He then looks at Zion and asks if he is going to revenge. Zean replies that he is all right with him, but he does not have a desire to live anymore. It comes from a small hemp. At this point, the Haka offers the former hero to leave life together. Zean agrees if the hack does not mind. The fox replies that he does not deny, because it is better to die with someone than to stay alone, even if he is not a person. The hack laughs quietly, and Zean notes that he has a surprising laugh. The fox muzzle has changed, and now it looked like a real predator. He said Jonah that it turns out. Both of them would soon die. Zean used the last drop of his magic and summoned the sword of Blackhaired. He confidently stated that he was always ready, then took the sword in his hands and stood opposite the fox. The statement never thought he would die that way. Until the latter, he could not even imagine such, but as it turned out, it was not so bad. She waves with a sword, and the hack is approaching her. In the meantime, the hacker chews meat with joy. The driver looked at the fox and said that his appetite was simply astounding. The hook was happy to swallow pieces of meat. Haru licked his lips and apologized, explaining that although you look, in fact, he really eats a lot. Zean gave him meat still, not the amount, but the size of the piece. In the meantime, the house is eagerly absorbed in the meat by the teeth. The hacker chews food and asks Cheyenne whether he considers it fat, although in fact the house is very thin. Cheyenne notes that in the house meat falls out of the mouth. The hacker is justified, they say, because he heard a strange question. The Zean still does not understand how all this happened. As soon as they were fighting and ready to kill each other, as suddenly a loud roar came around. It was a failure. He suggested that the hook with a friendly smile snack before his death. Zean was certain that it would not stop his opponents. The hook licked his lips and confessed that he did not like raw meat, so he roasted it. Then he quietly burst and apologized. Zean laughed and said that white foxes also know how to live and know many things that he had no idea. Haku confessed that he was a little confused. After treating the hack, he put his paw on Zean's shoulder. The fox asks the hero whether he has any other duty in this life. The hack replies that he has lived for too long, but Zean is completely different. Zean replies that he has nothing special. The hacker is surprised and asks if there is indeed no person he would like to see, or who would like to apologize. Zean thought about the words of Haku, and suddenly some mention came in his memory. At this point, Haku rose sharply and said that someone was nearby. The hawk stands nearby and suggests meeting this man, because then Zean may die. Zean wants to deny something, but the hack is interrupting and lies in front of her husband. He asks Zean to climb himself on his back. The driver looks at the fluffy wool of the beast and smiles. Then it carefully rises to the animal, quietly asking for forgiveness. When the driver comes down on the paws of the fox, it is surprised how high it is. Hawk is interested in where the person is in front of whom Zean wants to apologize. Zean replies that this man is now in the village of Kura. It is located in the same area as this forest. Haku happily says that this village knows because he was once helped there. After that, he quickly runs in that direction. They rush the forest, leaving behind the tree. Zean thinks that perhaps fate brought him with Haka in this place when he was accidentally teleported here. Maybe it's a sign, and she really asked him to come to her grave. They reached the village of Karu. Kaka was calm and noted that this village had not changed at all. Zean wondered what the attitude of Kaku was to punish. Haku told that he once lived here and rescued this village when a monster attacked him. He also added that there are probably no people who remember those events. At this time, one of the peasants noticed them. He runs to them because he recognizes the ACS master. Zean is welcome and notices that a long time has passed from their last meeting. The man calls others, reporting that the ACS master has returned. All residents of the village immediately leave the homes and run to Zean, shouting happily that they were very waiting for him. He is approached by the elder and thanks Zean for having come. Zean is politely welcome and then stops for a moment without deciding to ask his question. Zean asks Elder where Lynn is now. The Elder replies that Lena is not in the village now, but she will probably return soon. Then Zean says that he needs to do something first. The hacker and the Cheyenne come to the cemetery. Lys tells that Cheyenne is so well known that everyone has forgotten even about such a rare bald demon as he himself. Zean says that he once took care of everyone here. He puts a small bouquet on one of the graves. Zean says that he loved this woman, and she died through him. The Haku respect is the deceased as a friend of Zion. The ACS is sadly looking at the grave plate and screaming, remembering Marie. Suddenly something hit the drunken in the head. The guy rotates, holding on to the clogged place, and notices that it was potatoes. He sees that someone has come to them. The girl lifted the potatoes and asked him why he came. It was Lynn, the one he was looking for. Zion, with a sad smile, says they have not seen themselves for a long time. Lynn reminds him that he promised not to return. He apologizes to her. Lynn says that if he already visited the grave, then he did everything, and now he should go. It again threw potatoes in him. They are approached by the Elder and angrily reproaches Lynn, not understanding how she could say so. He says that happened to Marie, not the fault of Aksa. On the contrary, many villagers were saved thanks to him. The Elder requires Lynn to apologize. Lynn turns away, says it is not her fault. Then she shouts that she is already enough and runs away. The Elder apologized to the Exam for Lynn's behavior. Zion asked not to do this because Lynn reacts to him quite naturally and he does not want to be treated strictly. Then he asked to leave him for a while. Zion stands near Marie's grave and said quietly that he has not seen her for a long time. Since then, many events have happened. He has stopped being a hero. The girl's silhouette emerges in his memory. Marie gladly met him with a smile, happy that he returned. Zion stood on one knee in front of Marie and made her an offer. He confessed that he wanted to live with her in this village forever. Marie agreed and wore a wedding ring. Subsequently, the Verna attacked the village. She was noticed for a long time, the residents were very worried, but he could not help. Zion, along with several people, stood in front of the house. They said that the AKS was absent, the village attacked the village, and Marie got into a fire when she saved a child who lagged behind others. Little Lynn, with tears in her eyes, asked why ACS did not come earlier. She said that then her sister would be alive, because he promised to protect them. Lynn called Aksa a liar. The Zion stood near the grave of Marie, hesitating what to say. After that, he headed to the house of one of the local residents and knocked on the door. They were opened by Lynn, which immediately changed on the face, just saw ACS. She asks what he wants from her, and he replies that he just wants to talk to her. Zean says he is no longer a hero and wants to atone for his guilt, so he suggests help if Lynn asks for something. The line thinks and agrees. She asks Zion to catch a gold snake for her. ACS is a little surprised by this request and remembers that this snake is extremely rare. Linamy and reminded him that she asked not to go then because she felt something wrong. But he did not listen to it. In response, Zion bowed deeply and apologized, saying that he was very sorry. The line was even more angry. She says he does not need to bring a snake. Lynn slams the door in front of his nose and requires that he never appears before her. Lynn stands at the door. Seeing the ring on the table, she turns to her sister and excitedly asks what to do. Haku approaches Shiona and asks if he has finished everything. Shiona replies that he almost finished, but still wants to find a gold snake in the mountains. Haku is glad to see that it is really important to him. Cheyenne asked the hack whether he wanted to stay in the village or go on. Haku replied that he would go, although the conversation with the elder about the village took a lot of time and effort. They approach the mountains, and the hack asks whether the snake lives on this mountain. Zion confirms this. He adds that if they are lucky, they will only take a few days in search, and if not, they will be delayed for a whole month. Hao notes that it is still better than staying in the dark forest. but Zean does not agree with it. Zean did not hope that the line would forgive him, but firmly decided to find a gold snake for her. The hackers and Zean stood in the midst of the forest. Zean explained that the golden snake is a common snake, only its scales have a golden tint. However, the main difficulty is that this animal is extremely cautious. Zean says the hack that this snake is very rare, so they will have to look carefully at each corner. The hake agrees with her. At this point, Zean proposes to split, but suddenly the hack remembers something. He begins to rush in his wool, murmur that he almost forgot. Finally, he removes gloves and stretches their Shion, noting that these gloves are much better. Shion looks at gloves with a smile and says the hack that they are very good. Then he is interested in where he took them. Haku replies that these things gave him the owner of the shop from the village of Kura. He also adds that he tried to pay, but the seller refused to take the money, they say. It is a meager compared to what Zean did for them. Haku, with a smile, notes that the peasants seem to love him. Zean agrees, adding that these people are truly friendly. On the first day of searching, Zean roared in high grass. Then he turned to the hack and asked if he found something. The hack, meanwhile, came across a snake that appeared right in front of him. Yes, Zean, a tiger snake is perfect. EX warns him to be careful, because if the hack begins to tease the snake, it will bite it. The snake shakes threateningly on the hacker. He jumps on the fox and bites his nose. Haku looks out of the bushes and says he bit him. Zean returns to a friend and warns that he is very poisonous. Haku suddenly begins to make strange noise and moan, and then falls to the side and complains of pain. Zean immediately approaches his friend. Hacho sincerely thanks Zean for getting acquainted with him, and says how glad to get acquainted. After that, he said goodbye, gently laying his head on the grass. Zean looks at the fox. He and Irony asks whether or not to applaud him for such a game. The hook is stretched and says it would be nice, then gets up. Hare laughed and apologized to a friend. Zean stroked the fox tail and with a smile noted that he was very mischievous. Haku mentioned the past and said that they always did so. He says that this is how they played with their family when they were still alive. She nods her head, reminds a friend not to forget the search for a snake, and the hack agrees. On the second day of the search for a hack, and Shion rested together. The fox sadly said that the snake could not be found, and Shion recalled that no one promised that it would be easy. Haku tells that he had already heard about Lynn and Marie. More precisely, he told him an elder. Zean understands everything. Liz believes that it was not Zean's mistake, but the axe thanks him. He says he was hungry from all these conversations. The fox immediately picks up and rushes rapidly. After a few hours, Zone looks at a bunch of wildlife carcasses and asks if it is not too much. In response, Haku only shrugs and says that his stomach ordered him to continue to hunt. Then Zean evaluates the size of the prey and suggests to fry it, which is very pleased with the fox. On the third day, Haku asks Shion if he can describe again what a gold snake looks like. He explains that he has not gone outside for a long time, and this is not because he is old. Zean says she looks like a rattling snake, and her scales have a special dark yellow tint. The shark notices a snake nearby and asks if the same. The Zean agrees, and the hack adds that such a snake can be sold for big money. After a few seconds, they realize that they are a golden snake, and they rush after it. Zean orders Hakudi to go on the right, and Liz obediently executes the team. Kaku beats a snake with a paw, but she has time to slip. Haku notes that this snake is even more agile than he expected. Zean says he wants to catch her alive, if possible, and then Haku decides to act differently. He says he will now show his skills. After that, his wool is twisted and the sharp tips fly rapidly directly into the snake. Several of them get a blow, and the gold snake stops. The Haka explains that he calls this technique woolen needle. By changing the hardness of wool, it can make the opponent fall asleep or lose the ability to move from paralysis after impact. The harvest enthusiastically praises his friend and runs to the snake, taking her in his arms. He notes that the hack seems to take advantage of sleeping pills. The hacker looks at the snake and is surprised why she is still not sleeping. Then the Zean explains that the snake just has no eyelids. It is hard to believe that he lived for 300 years without even realizing it. Zean gently reassures him. They say, "Not scary if you know little about the snake." The most amazing thing is that the hack is able to release needles from its wool, as if it were needles. The hack has fun and asks the Hale whether he really thinks. X is confidently claimed that it is, and adds that it is all thanks to the hack. The fox laughs again and asks for praise. Haku waves his tail and says with confidence that Lynn will be delighted when he sees the golden snake they caught. Zean confesses that he hopes this will be enough for his first and last choice. Haku asks him not to speak such sad words. Then Zean confesses that he thought for a long time, but never realized why Lynn needed a golden snake. Scientists say that this creature is probably so valuable because of its rareness, and if you can sell this golden snake, you can earn a good money. But suddenly, Kak thinks. He seems to have forgotten about these golden snakes, but he cannot remember what exactly. It is here that Haku feels a strange premonition. Haku says a driver who hears how 3 wild animals are approaching. He invites his friend to get out on his back to escape together as soon as possible. The hack runs hard, but wolf-shaped animals are approaching. He understands that these creatures persecute them. Seeing the wolves jump on them, Zean called the foxes that they were attacked. Haku reassured him, saying that he would rely on him, and opened his mouth wide. The fox bites each of the wolves and does not stop, but continues to run forward. Cheon understood that she was really very strong, and the hack modestly replied that it was quite difficult for him. Haku tells that he, like other animals, has claws and fangs. Zean is wondering if he can use a balled fire when he desires. The hack replies that this is only possible when the enemies are at a certain distance. In addition, this technique is hardly applied against some types of monsters. The Cheon reminds that Haku still has the skill that can shoot wool. Haku is a little confused and says he is a fox with 1,000 puzzles. He adds that they should return to the village as soon as possible and pass the snake Lynn. When they return, they notice that the village is destroyed. The hack is surprised that everything around looks different, and Zean agrees with him and offers hurry. Zean runs to the elder and asks what happened. The elder rejoices that X came to the rescue. He says that about an hour ago a gang of robbers suddenly attacked the village. Zean, wounded, is interested in what happened to the hunters whom they hired for protection. The elder replies that everyone was killed, because the leader of the robbers was so strong that it was even difficult to imagine. After that, Zean asks where Lynn, hoping that she was not taken away. The elder, with sadness, replies that not only Lynn, but all women and children were abducted. When asked where they were taken, the elder says they go south and appeals to Exile to help them. Zean leans and says that he does not need to ask for it, because Marie was born in this village. Of course, he will do his best to save this place. The driver approaches one of the dead, takes his sword, and apologizes to the dead. He then approaches the hook and asks if he can help. The fox puts his paw on the hand of Zean and says that he does not need to ask anything. He will go with him at least to the edge of the world. Hearing this, Zean quickly jumps on the fox. The application asks the peasants to wait a little more because it is already heading for them. He understands that such events now happen not so rarely, but there is no guilt of demonic lords or monsters. The fact is that evil also exists in the hearts of people, especially during the dispute between them, for example, between the nobility and the peasants. It is such conflicts that can even make heroes stand on someone's direction. Zean is already tired of this world. He himself saw his family die just while traveling. Then Zean promised to himself, when he became a hero, he would definitely change this world. But even when he became stronger, there are things that he still cannot change. For example, human greed has no limits. The hub is noticed from afar. The statement understands that although he could not change this world, he never promised to give up his heart. Haku quickly catches up with robbers. One of them is scared that they are chasing monsters. Their leader orders everyone to stop. The hacker stops in front of armed robbers. Zean goes down and notices that there are about 13, and their equipment looks much better than ordinary bandits. Zean notices a cart, which is taken by women and children, including Lynn beaten. He asks the leader if he really beat them. He replies that they had no choice. They resisted to the very end, and because of this they had to endure so much. Looking at Lynn, he notes that she seems to be alive. The Zean pulls out the sword and asks why they attacked the village, because they can see that they are not simple robbers. The boss calls him attentive and says that he will tell the zone the last secret as a gift. He says they are members of the detachment of mercenaries and were ordered to be taken away by several women. Zone asks who hired them, but the bandit is silent. Instead of answering, he shows on the hack and orders his subordinates to deal with the big dog. The bandits rush to the hack and mockingly called it a big dog. The hack is outraged that it is very rough, because it is actually a fox. One of the bandits beats him with a sword, and Zean immediately asks whether everything is fine with the hack. The bandit's sword breaks down, and the hack says that they do not worry about him, because his wool is too strong. He asks to leave the bandits and throws them in different directions. Zean stands in front of the gang leader. He asks if Zean guesses why he ordered his people to fight the dog. Zean thinks that this is because the hack is stronger than the leader. The bandit replies that they will only interfere. He says Zean is that therefore need to be strong, but he will not win, because the characters have a special power. Numerous swords begin to appear from the magical circles. Zean quickly evades the swords that fly to his direction. He understands that he can really have some special power, but if it is limited only, even if the hero has obtained it, it is too weak. Suddenly, a bandit appears behind the pitch and swings to him, murmuring that he is not at all a fight at all and cannot spend time. The bandit is swollen by the sword, but Zean has time to beat the blade of his blade. Feeling the power of the enemy, he strains even more. Zean is swollen by his sword in response. But the robber unexpectedly evades what surprises Zean. It seems to him that the enemy sees him through. The robber rushes on the side, and the blow only strikes the ground. He says Zean that he has great power. Zean again rushes forward to the enemy, drawing many blows to him, but the enemy evades them every time. The bandit waves with a saber and says that it is a mystical saber of destruction, and with such a weapon he can defeat anyone. From the impact around the lightning outbreaks cut around. The sword of Zean cracks and then crumbles into many debris. The bandit is again swinging with his saber. He lifts a saber and confidently says that it has come to an end, and then directs the saber directly to Zean. However, Zean disappears suddenly, evading the attack. The opponent looks around, trying to find it. At this point, the shadow behind begins to change the shape strangely. The harvest is slowly getting out of the shadow and swinging the sword's arms over the enemy who is trapped. However, Zean does not have time to strike. The enemy skillfully evades. It is surprised by Zean. The enemy not only avoids attacks for the second time, but also becomes even more agile. Zean begins to suspect that his opponent can know in advance what will happen next. The enemy notes that it was already too dangerous and asks if it was dark magic. Zean agrees. Yes, it really was dark magic. Zean says that his past skill is an intuition that can make him feel someone's presence. He throws the sleeve of the sword on the ground and adds, if it was only in this, he would not be able to feel anything. Zean combines this fact with the previous words of the opponent and concludes that the hero gave him the ability to look into the future. Zean adds that the mercenary client is also a hero. The mercenary is silent and then explains that it is not. In addition, he says he will not be able to help. He is not able to take strokes and does not have a sword. Zean is silent. He just extends his hands forward. A dark ball appears in his palms. He returns to darkness. If it is a sword, then he is still with him. He turns to darkness, asking her to appear in front of him and take the form of a sword. The darkness listens to his call, and in his hand there is a sword of a dark passion. He waves with a sword, and a black wave of darkness breaks out of the blade. The mercenary tries to block the blow of the saber and confidently states that it is in vain because he sees all his movements. But Zean replies that it does not matter if he sees those movements or not. The darkness gets to him and just disappears. Suddenly, the mercenary notices that everything around begins to become thick black. The mercenary looks around, not understanding why it suddenly became so dark, because it was a white day recently. He decides that he has lost his vision, but does not understand why everything is fine with his eyes. Zean explains that at first this sword could deprive all the sensations at once. But now it seems that he is able to pick up only one feeling, as it happened this time. The worker falls on his knees. Zean sighs, realizing that there is no point in fighting and suggesting it. The mercenary agrees that he needs to do, and directs his saber. Zean tries to stop it. However, he instantly pierces his body with a saber, then falls to the ground, flowing through blood. Zean realizes that he has already been late. He is approached by a hack and says that it is enough. There are dozens of defeated bandits behind. Cheyenne smiles and says he was not expecting anything else from the hack. Then he looks at the visa, where only the stolen girls sit. The line coughs with blood and heavily opens his eyes, sees the dearest. He picks her up and reassures her that she does not need to say anything. He understands that her condition is very difficult. He gets a small cone and thinks with relief that he still remains the last. Zean shows Lynn a bottle with potions and says it will help her regain strength. Lynn is hesitant and not sure whether it is worth spending it on her. Zean explains that it uses his help because it is herself. It helps Lynn to drink potions and her body is immediately healed. Lynn looked at the potion and said the driver that they had as many as 10 at home, but it was not a medicine at all. She explained that these 10 bottles are ordinary cheap potions, no more. Lynn suddenly burst into tears and asked the boy why he cares about her, even after she told him such cruel words. Zean calmly says that everything is fine and she needs to relax first. He removes his raincoat, covers him Lynn, and then rises and goes out. Lynn squeezes his cloak and quietly apologizes. Zean only smiles in response. After that, the Scion and the Haku return to the village. The elder sincerely thanks him for his help and extends a bag with coins, calling it a modest reward. But Zean refuses and asks to spend that money on the restoration of the village. The Zean confesses that he is unable to use glitter because he was a hero of darkness before. The peasants are watching him silently, and he realizes that the joke understood only the hack. It confuses him. Zean asks them to relax, assuring that there are no bandits here. If they suddenly feel something strange or notice a suspicious presence, it will return immediately. The elder presses his hand and sincerely thanks for all his help. Zean asks the elder to say the same words of Lynn. The elder is going to call the girl, but Zean stops him because it is still going. After that, the Cheyenne and the hacker leave the village. When they move away from the village, they both look back. Zean says he will never see these people again. The hack replies that he wants to talk about it. Zeom agrees and says that he also has a conversation. They hear someone calling them and see that Lynn runs to them. Zean is very surprised and asks whether she really came here to him. But Lynn replies that there is something more important that she needs to say. She confesses Zione, who really knew. Her sister asked him to go to work that day. Zean replies that even if she said it, his guilt will not disappear. But Lynn assures that it is not a sin and not something like that. She says he should not be responsible for it because he worked all this time for the benefit of the village and her sister. For them, he was already a real hero. Linus gently huddled to Zean and confessed that she felt very sad as a child. She wanted to put it guilty on someone, but then she couldn't do it. Now she no longer needs it. Lynn takes him by his shoulders and says that now is time to live for himself, because he has already visited the hero, and that is enough. She asks with a smile how many people he helped today. Zean smiles gently in response. Lynn says that even if he is difficult, he cannot die. She extends to him her basket. In the basket, Zean finds a cone with a gold snake. This is the one that he recently presented Lynn. Lynn invites him to make a delicious sake from this snake and drink on the way to the city. Zean gladly agrees, promising to drink sake, and they hug. Lynn says he will wait for his next visit. Zean promises to return, and then Lynn says goodbye and goes. Suddenly, Haku says he remembered something important. He apologizes to Zean for scaring him and explains that he remembered something really important. He says all this is associated with a golden snake. Zean is interested in telling more. Then the Haka remembers how about 300 years ago he heard a joke from an ordinary man. The shark told one story. When a man was tired of life, his wife forced him to drink a sake of golden bowls in the form of snakes. After that, the man became more fun and forgot about the thoughts of death. Zean understands that Lynn has fully unraveled him. He then approaches the hack and says he should talk to him. Zean asks to postpone their joint decision to leave life. Zean really wants to see a lot in this world and hopes that she can stay here. The hack replies that he also wanted to talk to him for a long time. He is not mind to postpone their decision a little and just enjoy life together. Suddenly, his stomach was loudly stuck. Zean, smiling, notes that in the hack there is always such a loud stomach. The fox is justified that it is all through him, and he quickly runs to hunt. Zean feels strange excitement. Recently, he was a hero of darkness, who sought only death, but now everything has changed. He gets out of the earth and thinks about what people call a second life. He decides that traveling with the fox is not so bad. However, it was at this moment that someone else watched him. It was a young guy who covered one eye and from the other slowly leaked magic. The young man confesses that his plan was not able, though he boldly shared what he knew. He falls down and asks himself how far the real character can reach if he has no strength to move on. The hero of the Four Lands stands in front of a huge conflict. A sinister smile appears on his face, as if he is preparing for something important. The inaccessible city of Oregon, which will be a reliable protection against hostile attacks and invasion of magical creatures. The city is surrounded by a wall built of special material that is not amenable to any power. It does not miss either magic nor any magic devices. You can also become a successor to one of the heroes, having received his heroic ring. Zean explained the hack that he was just in this second category. But in both cases, it does not happen that the two heroes have the same element. Zean has not yet met the divine heroes. However, thanks to his intuition, he notices enemies and recognizes their strategy. Zean says that the body is a truly impregnable city. Together with the hack, they go to the entrance to the city. Suddenly, the guards stood on their way and surrounded them because they decided it was dangerous. Then Zean explained that he was an ordinary traveler, and next to him, his favorite, who would not cause evil to anyone. The guards require evidence. She orders the hack to sit down, and he obeyfully performs. His tale is fun, tickling the deer. Zean explains that this is how he shows his love and still collects dust, but usually communicates. The guards notice that this wolf or fox is quite smart. They say it is too large, and in their region, such animals are gray, not white. Zean says that the hack is special. The keepers decide that the hack is a magical creature of the highest level. They say they didn't think that a regular traveler could have such a pet. Zean replies that he can use spells. The guards ask him to register to enter the city. The hacker confidently says he can do it too. The guards ask him to show what he is capable of. Then the hack pulls the muzzle forward and howls loudly. There is a loud sound from the outside of the city. Haku explains that it is a spell of a magical roar that scares enemies and takes away the courage. Zean says he only heard this explanation. So, Why did he disconnect everyone but himself? The hacker looks at the unconscious guards and cannot hide his surprise. Kakua apologized with a shade of guilt in his voice. Zean reassured her, saying that everything was fine because they managed to go safely. They spent a lot of time to get to the city. Once upon a time, in the days of the heroes of darkness, it would only be enough to show the ring. On the way, Zean offers a hacker to register in the Adventurers Guild to make it easier for them to live in this city. The hacker replies that he probably implies a third branch of the guild. People on the street look at the hawk. He confesses that he apparently scares everyone around. Zean explains, even if it is clear that he is their favorite, it still does not relieve fear. Then the haka suggests sitting, thinking that it will be better. Zean agrees, though he does not want to attract superfluous attention. Haku says his name not only means white, but also associated with a colorless fox. He asks if Zean wants to see his other likeness. Zean replies that it is not required yet, because he fully trusts Kaku. Everyone comes to the adventure, and when the hack appears, they immediately pay attention. Everyone is surprised to look at him. Sayation quietly says that the hack did not want to attract superfluous attention, but the hack himself with a smile answers, all because he is here. Zean goes to the rack and says he wants to register. A girl with a smile replies that you must first listen to the rules. Their guild is one of the branches that are in every country and engaged in communication and exchange of information. There are 3 compartments in the guild itself. Levels in the guild 7, from E to A, then S and SS. If you do not complete the task or fail, the title is reduced. She says that the rules of entry differ in each department. There are places where everyone is taken in a row. If approved, a special card is issued. She asks Zean if he is a battle magician. Zean replies that this is not quite true, because he is not quite a warrior mag. However, he assures that it has nothing to do with the situation, and in general everything is absolutely safe, so there is nothing to worry about. The girl asks to tell about his abilities. He replies that he has a great fencing and is still known on magic. He is able to impose simple spells and uses dark magic. Hearing about dark magic, the girl is immediately picked up. She smiles with delight and says that he is very cool, almost the same as Mr. Sokir. Zean confesses that he also respects Mr. AKS. The girl opens that she is a great fan, although it has passed for many years since he was in their city, but then she did not have time to see him with her own eyes. At this point, Zean asks Hakabud to stop. The girl says they need to register for 2 exams, long, where they will have to perform different tasks for 3 months, and a short, which will last only half a day. She advises to choose the second option. Zean asks what it takes. She replies, at first he has to confirm his desire to pass the test, and even then she will tell what to do next. There is no doubt that the short exam will be difficult and dangerous, but Ozai does not have time for a long time. He states that he chooses a short exam. The girl explains that during this case they can get injured or even die, so she needs to sign. After that, other adventure seekers approach them. They get their weapons and say Zean that he was simply not lucky to choose the second exam, and now he is waiting for a real test. Zean does not understand what they mean. The dealer is said to be chasing them all over the city. The girl passes something to him. She explained the test rules. He needed to collect all the hats in the room for 3 hours. If you can handle, the test is considered to be passed, and if the time is over or the hat is torn, it will be a defeat. Zean asks how to choose them. She replies that you can choose any, so adventurers can also act as they want. She says they will not move the next 10 seconds so that the dealer has managed to escape. The hack asks if they can handle. Zean confirms that if the dealer gets out, everyone will run together. The hacker says that in such a situation, everyone will be easier to catch here. Zean replies that he also participates, he will make every effort, but asks for help in the hacker. The adventurer says that his pet is definitely powerful, but he still does nothing, and they will not sympathize with him. Zean seriously replies that he didn't even think about it. He only thinks of how to collect all the docks at once. The adventurer insists that he is allowed to try, threatening his sword. Then Zean gets a small dark cube and says it is better to use it. The cube in his hand begins to flicker. Suddenly the cube grew sharply, filling the whole room. It became dark, and the complete darkness prevailed around, and the adventure seekers felt anxiety and started panic. Everyone was spanning and frozen, fearing to accidentally harm each other. The girl hears voices from all sides, but she sees nothing and feels as if she was absorbed by darkness. She can't even take a step. Someone persistently demands a fire. The girl stumbles and falls, but Zean has time to pick her up. He apologizes to her, saying that he did not want to get her into this situation. Her cheeks blush slightly. Suddenly, the darkness dissipates, and Zean asks the girl who has fallen on him, or everything is well with her. She gets back and apologizes. Cannot believe what he did. Science states that he is allowed anything he wants. Kaka said that he had collected all the hats and carefully put them in front of Zean. Cheyenne added that he collected almost all things, but Kakuki is sure that he had collected more than others. In the meantime, Zean begins to count all the hats they have collected. Adventurers say that because of dark magic they did not even understand how he had time to gather everything in a moment. They wonder who this person really is. Walking, the hack praised everyone. They coped perfectly, did not give up without a fight, and did not harm anyone. Zean added that the dark magic he used could be absorbed by the whole city if her power did not weaken. Haku notes that everything is somewhat weak and inconspicuous here. Zean replies that everything must be returned as it was before. He proposes to find the knight for the money that is still. But the hack is sure that it will not work, and proposes to spend the night outside the city. However, Zean proposes to look for a place where you can bring Haku, although it admits that it is probably too high for this. Zean adds that tomorrow they will go to work. Suddenly, Kaku feels something unusual. He begins to look carefully at every person around. Zean asks if he feels something. Hacha says that this feeling did not leave him since they crossed the threshold of the city. He suggests that there is probably some divine hero. Zean confesses that he has really been feeling for 2 years. The hacker is surprised that those feelings have lasted so long. Zean tells that he heard that he had changed very much 2 years ago. Then the hacker says that it turns out this new hero has followed him all these 2 years. He says 2 years ago, Zajan was on another continent and asked if he could get there. He adds that if it was really Zajan, then he is either very strong or that person does not have a relationship at all, because those who follow him are really a lot. Haka decided to collect information to find out if someone knew something about the hero. Zean agreed and wondered if the hack would go alone. The Hako replied that yes, and at the end he would find it by smell. Zean visited the favorite beasts hotel, guided by memories. Hardly crossing the threshold, he felt a familiar, pleasant aroma that he really liked. Suddenly, he heard someone talking about money. But these guys came to the city by order of this man, and they did not even have a single discount. They say that they should be told in the mountains because they were invited specifically. The boys say their teacher is a mysterious hero named Mr. Aksa. Everyone in the hotel is amazed at the herd. Zean realizes that they have never met them before, but these people hide in his name and rob. The man embraces the girl and asks for evidence, because rarely one of the outsiders calls the name of the hero. The young man was angry, but the man immediately assured that he believed them. Suddenly, another man intervened and said that the followers of the great hero should not behave so, though he himself doubts whether that is really the case. One of them grabs him, and the other young man says he will give evidence going to send magic on him. The young man strikes him in his chest with dark magic, and unexpectedly all his forces seem to pull someone invisible. The young man says cold that it is a very strong magic, and requires an apology. A man screams with pain and fear, and Zean realizes that it is time to intervene. He requires a young man to stop. After that, they release a man who is exhausted to the ground. The young man turns to Zean and asks him not to rise. Then he stands in front of the owner and asks if he now believes. The owner of the traveling yard apologizes and says they don't have to pay. Young boys are satisfied with the sight of Zean on the shoulder. ACS looks at frightened people. The Zean asks two guys to apply magic on it. He says that the strong always use the weak to get everything they want, and confesses that he hates this attitude. Zean notes that using such strong magic only to not pay at the hotel is truly insane. He is approached by boys and jokingly say that, apparently, the Zean himself would like to lose consciousness as the guy and suggest him to try. After that, they both began to beat him with magic. Zean remained indifferent, and the enemies mocked that they could suck as much magic from it as they would like. Zean says that if a person feels well, he is indifferent to others. He saw many those who thought the same, but lost. He grabs them firmly, and they are surprised why he has not lost consciousness yet, even when they suffered all the magic from him. Zeana notes that everything can be quite the opposite. Suddenly, the guy began to scream loudly in pain. Zean explained that magic also has its own limit. Just as little poison can be a medicine, but if you drink a lot, it will only get worse. The boys fall tired on the ground. Zean says they absorb too much magic. This condition can only be achieved with the help of darkness. Young men complain of severe pain and ask Zean to do something. He replies that they have too much magic, and in half a day everything will pass. They, in despair, say they are ready to pay everything. Zean says restrained that it just has it. They still have to order and apologize for everyone. The guy immediately apologizes, and Zean relieves his pain a little. He helps the victim, who thanks him for his support and help. The owner's daughter approaches Zean, gently takes his hand, thanks, and calls his brother. He lifts her in his arms and smiles widely at her. Meanwhile, Kaka arrives at the hotel and says that you can have a good fun. The girl laughs and calls him a great dog, and Kaku replies that he is, in fact, a fox. Zean asks if there is a free room for them. The hotel owner gives them a room and makes a discount. Zeana thanks him. Haku does not quite understand what happened, but it seems that this man has done something well. When they come to their room, she turns to the hack to find out the news. The Haka replies that there is indeed interesting information, especially about the hero who collected information about the Zean. It is immediately interested in ACS. Haku tells about a group of unknown heroes who are called the strongest. Zean notes that the relationship between them is not easy. He does not complain and adds that if those characters help, they will become friends. Haku proposes to go in search of lost force. Zean felt that there was a place where there were magical stones, but he still needed to work in a guild. At that moment, the girl came to the room and called everyone for dinner. Zean thanked her. Haka hastily leads him to the dining room, and Sion says that tomorrow they will get to work. Later, they bring to the guild 4 hands of goblins, 30 mushrooms, and 8 stems of herbs of waru, performing a task from the guild. The girl says that everything went well and the grass is wonderful, and Zan is glad to hear it. She thanks both and calls the hack sweet and kind. They also praised them for taking such a difficult task on the first day. She introduced herself to Lily and said that he was glad. Lily called Zean a mighty sorcerer, a little confusedly, the same as ACS. But Zean denied, they say. She exaggerates. He is not a hero at all. Lily tells that yesterday he did not hurt those who target his sword, and also saved it. For her, he is a real hero. She shyly rejects compliments and notices that the hack has disappeared somewhere. The hacker wants him to understand everything himself. He raced the field, hurried to hunt. The hawk stands in front of a huge dragon and causes a thunderstorm, directing the lightnings directly to the monster. The monster quickly burns in the flame. The hacker removes the burnt wool and rejoices in victory. He thinks whether Cheyenne is happy about this news. Then he begins to pull the monster behind. He finds him in a guild, and when he asks where he was, he asks a friend to go with him. Zean comes out and sees the body of the monster. Hacha says he brought a snake for him, which already has an order in the guild. The employee reports that the order has already taken the Gold Helmet clan. Someone asks Lily to call the owner. They are approached by a woman and says it's superfluous. She seems like a guild master. Then he turns to Scion, says he is nice and its type. Lily asks her to stop, but she just laughs. Then the owner calls the boy to his room for conversation. It turns out that the woman has already contacted the adventurers who took over this task, a guild of the Golden Helmet. They confessed that they were on the verge of defeat, but they were suddenly saved by a magical creature. She realizes that Lee saved her life and begins to praise the hack. The girl says she can't pay because they have not officially accepted the order, but she still wants to thank them. Therefore, they invite them to buy a snake for which it is ready to pay 800,000. The hacker is surprised, but says it is a very rare monster. It can be used to make furniture or jewelry. She asks if everyone agrees. Xena does not want to sell it completely, but wants to create weapons or magical objects from him. After all, you can do powerful things from the monster. Then the hostess adds that the beast saved the lives of adventure seekers and offers 10 million as a reward and raise to the maritime rank. After that, Kaka and Shion had lunch together. Sion noted that they were lucky, and Kaku was proud of taking a lot of money with him. Shion said Kaku really wanted to help the adventure seekers, and that's good. Haku was silent that he did not even know about them. Haku says something, chewing, but Shion does not understand anything. Haku apologizes and asks if they will go to the guild today. Zion says he wants to buy weapons or search for stolen magic stones. Haku notes that Zion probably wants to return them. Without these stones, the magic of Tsiana is blocked. This can be a problem later. Therefore, it is better to find them all. One of the stones is quite close, but Tsian does not want to look for it without weapons. He dreams of buying a magic sword, although finding the same strong sword is not easy. The Haka offers to learn more about the home guild. He says that there is a guild in the city where there are always many orders, and even without much skills can be earned. Zion asks if this guild really pays more. Hako tells that the Builders Guild cooperates with magical weapons. They are met by an elderly person who welcomes them to join the guild and register. He explains that they have two types of tasks. The first is the help of different types. The second is the search for valuable things. Each task is given points that can be exchanged for food or weapons. There is no rank system here. Everyone can register if it does not fail at least one order. Zion believes that they probably have very strong magical objects. Through cooperation with manufacturers, he hopes to get something truly powerful. Zion wants to register, and a man named Sabaran says that they have many orders lately. Zion says he is looking for a sword and asks to show a list of things you can exchange for. Haku and Shion rejoice in viewing the list. In it, Zion finds a saber of a dark knight, a famous sword that cannot be broken and which is resistant to dark magic. And Kaku pays attention to the rare wild boar meat, which is almost impossible to find on sale. Saburin is wondering if they were able to find the right things. Seeing that Zion chose the sword, he realizes that the young man has power. Saburin offers them a task that meets their wishes. This is an investigation into the theft of magical objects. This is one of the urgent tasks derived from foreign guilds. Saburin says that the case is difficult, but the reward is responsible. Zion agrees to start today, and Saburine asks to follow him. He conducts them in the composition where magic things are stored. Hence, if necessary, they carry goods to different places. Today they are also preparing for departure. Zion notes that a powerful security was installed at the entrance. Sabaran explains that the building is full of guards and there are magical protective barriers everywhere. However, during the transportation of valuable things, the protection always weakens. This is used by robbers. Last time, their strongest guards won, so no one knows who stole these things. It is rumored that the so-called God of Death with a chain is a gang of criminals who hunt magical artifacts. Zean asks if they only hunt at night. Rarin confirms this and is interested in whether there are any tips. Zean replies that dark magicians leave no trace. He says he has a plan and asks to pass it on Sabarana Grizz to carriers. Xion asks in the hack whether he feels something unusual. He feels nothing, and Sion too. The fox asks about the plan, but Zean says he cannot use the magic of the mind now, so they decide to arrange a trap. It causes something from the shadows and adds that the dark magicians are the strongest at night. In the evening, the carriers stated that this time they agree to the robbery and count on Sabarin's support. He replied that they could rely on him. While everyone is distracted, from the back to one of the carriers, the shadow, from which the abandoned and swallowed with a dagger, is unnoticed. But even before he managed to strike a dagger, he suddenly disappears. The bandit did not even suspect that someone was using dark magic here. Sabur notices him, and then the bandit rushes to the attack, deciding that a dark magician is in front of him. Zean strongly beats his leg. The enemy flies far back. Without delaying, Zean moves further to the bandit to continue the battle. The Zean strikes a lot, and the bandit tries to defend himself. Suddenly, evading another blow, he hides in the shade. He suddenly appears behind the puppies, says that there is no way to escape, and causes a dark pause. The tentacles reach Zean, but it cleverly evades every impact. The bandit seems as if he just escapes, but in fact, Zean waits for magic to end, because she spends a lot of strength. He understands that his opponent has the magic of darkness and the spell of dark paws, as well as protects the carriers of this power. The bandit gets the pill and swallows it to become stronger. After that, his eyes are wide open. The tentacles with sharp thorns suddenly emerge from the ground. They move rapidly to Zean and grab it firmly. They pull it by the arms and legs, and the bandit controls the tentacles that pierce Zean, and the blood begins to flow from the wounds. The bandit apologizes but says he became stronger, but suddenly, in a moment, Zean's body disappears unexpectedly. He uses a dark clone spell. The bandit cannot understand how he managed to create so many doubles. He only needs to kill the real one, but Zean says that even if the doubles are weak, they die and come to life again. He adds that he will never forgive the use of dark magic for his own benefit. The bandit cannot understand which of them is real, so he swallows a few more pills and becomes even stronger. He commands the dark snakes that appeared to deal with each of the clones as his condition is getting worse. Suddenly, his body begins to bleed in many places. His monsters disappear, and he falls on the ground. Zean grabbed the pills for improvement and confessed that he realized perfectly what would happen to her if he drank them. He added that he deliberately chose the path of self-destruction, even if he was forced. The bandit asks where the real is. Zean notices that his heart is wrapped in darkness and does not understand how he could master magic. He is wondering where he knows about the schedule of departures. The bandit says that the dark is known about everyone because they carefully explored the territory, but the Zean understands that he is too weak so that he is able and does not belong to the chain of the god of death, because for this there is a special strengthening pill. Zean tells that there are others who have important information. There is a person with magic that allows you to see everything that happens. Zean says that this force is controlled by the hero with the all-seeing eye. The bandit spits blood and dies. Zean cannot understand why he was ready to die for the sake of the offender. Near the body, he notices a magic stone and suddenly realizes why he felt his presence nearby. Later, he divides it and, turning part of his strength, begins a frantic dance of the blades. Before him, the word immediately flies into pieces. Haku is surprised. It is not black magic, but such a devastating power. Zean rejoices that he returned the magic of the wind, and the sword from the guild was truly good. Haku says that the robbery is over. Now it is only necessary to find the hero with the all-seeing eye. Zean says he feels that someone is using the magic of recognition nearby. They go to the conflict. Zean feels 5 strength. Perhaps these are the strongest magicians from all over Oregon. 4 of them are weaker. Haku says they are already waiting for them and invites you to go forward. Zean confesses that he just felt it. They move on. Standing at the top of the conflict, Zean notices a powerful stream of magic. Haku does not feel the thirst for murder. They seem to want to fight honestly. Zean notes that these rivals are confident in their victory and are not even going to trick. The hero meets Aksa, the former hero. AKS tells that he has been well aware of him because he has been watching for a long time. The hero turns to Zean, explaining that he is the strongest among all heroes and therefore he is now in danger. Zean suspects that 4 people behind are servants of the god of death. The hero with the all-seeing eye calls himself Randall, and it is time to remember it. He welcomes Zean in his city and in his arena. Randall stared forward. His white hair fell on his face. He said he was glad to see Zean in the arena. He has been waiting for him here for a long time. He stood a table behind him, behind which Randall was sitting with several armed warriors, and Zean himself stood next to the hack. Zean looked carefully at himself with a serious look. Then he lifted his head and began to say that Random was too arrogant if he considers this city to be his own. As soon as he left the village, he was attacked. Zean turned his gaze on and his guards. Randall put his hands on his stomach and looked at Zean. Zean had fallen and annoyed with annoyance that the events in the village could not be simple accident. He was convinced that it was Randall who told him and helped attack the village. Randall looked at Zean, put his hands and assured that his people had not attacked the village. Zean had a magic device. In exchange for this device, he suggested that there was something to show Zean. And Cheyenne continued to stand with the hack at the top of the arena. Randall put his hand to his face and closed his eyes. He then stated that he was actually a hero of darkness. He believed that this world was worthy of giving him life. Randall raised his hand to his face. In his eye, a charming circle was illuminated, and he confessed that he possesses this power from birth. For 20 years, he looked into the most secret corners of the world and has been convinced that nothing is capable of saving this world. Randall lay down and looked up, saying that the characters were using their strength to live better. None of them thinks about saving the world, but Zean is an exception. There are no more such as Zean, and if he had more strength, he would be able to even more. Zean was quietly waiting for Randall to finish. He closed his eyes. Then Zean took the vagina with one hand and the other by the sword's hand. Zean clenched the sword firmly with both hands. He looked at himself and confidently stated that he would die better than to help God Death, as Randall does. Randall held his hands folded and suddenly glanced sharply. He noticed how the Zean was skillfully wrapped with a sword. Then Randall said that the attack on the 5 senses that Zean was conceived would not stand on him. She rose strongly, taking the sword in her hands in the battle rack, and there was a hook near her. Randall stared forward, surrounded by servants. His hair was collected in a tail. Randall said that the only chance of survival for Zean is to join him. Zean took the sword with both hands, and from him began to radiate a magical glow. He firmly stated that he was not going to obey Randall. The eyes Randy lit up with bright light, and he replied coldly that such an answer was quite expected. With armed friends ahead, Randall saw them read the spell, and suddenly they were wrapped in wind gusts. The face of several subordinates Randall, who whispered something, began to change. The wings grew on their backs, and where people had just stood near Randall, now 2 dragons were lying in the hay, one white and the second dark color. Randall grabbed one of the dragons, and his comrades jumped at the other. The dragons flew into the sky, and everyone saw them above. Haku and Cheyenne were surprised to raise their heads. They could not believe that Randall was able to call an ancient flying dragon. Randall rose in the air. sitting on a white dragon. The dragon opened his mouth, collecting energy around him for a powerful blow. Randall reached forward and proudly stated that he was the strongest divine hero who predicted the fall of Zean. The white dragon rushed to attack Zavanna and Haku, and a bright flash illuminated everything around. The Cheyenne grabbed the fur of the hack, and together they had time to bounce for a safe distance. A powerful shot of the dragon raised the fragments of stones into the air. Randall flew on a white dragon, pointing his hand towards the fleeing guys, and strictly ordered. After 2 seconds, the dragon should hit the flames again. The dragon began to collect magical power, and the Zean had already jumped on the hook. Several men in the hoodies sat on the back of the black dragon. The dragon pulled the air, accumulated fire, and threw out the flames to the ground. The arena flashed with fire. In this burning dream, it was possible to see the silhouettes of the hacker and the hack. Randall fell, looking down, but here he noticed how the Hacha heard and jumped out of the fire trap, completely unharmed, and the Zean was sitting on it. The hook immediately asked Zean if he was fine with him. Light tongues of the flames were erupted from the ears and paws of Haku, and Zean was sitting on a hack. Hackett turned into a purple fox, who was not afraid of fire. Zean held the sword in front of him, lifted his head, and saw 2 dragons circling in the sky. He thanked the hack for saving him from the flame. The dark dragon had no will, he simply obeyed Randall's orders. The hook looked at the hack, which was sitting on it, and holding the sword firmly with both hands. They said that if the Lord Dragon loses power over him, he would disappear. Zean was riding on the hawk, and together they quickly moved the arena. Just above them stood a huge, dark dragon. Randall opened his eyes wide and then spread his hands and ordered the dragon to attack exactly 5 seconds. Several people in the mantles held magic wands, and one more spread their hands forward. Together, they began to speak the spell, and a strange aura appeared around the dark dragon. Zean, sitting on the hide, lifted his sword in front of him and then ran on it, causing a magical gust of wind. The dark dragon was surrounded by a powerful barrier magic that Zean attacks began to crash. Flying on the hack, Zean said that this barrier was too strong. As soon as Zean jumped from Haru, he immediately rushed into the portal and found himself at the top of the arena, between the columns. All this time, Zean thought what kind of magic power to use to break the protective barrier of the dragon. The sword of Zean wrapped in wind streams, and the black dragon released a pillar of fire directly on it. Zean had time to bounce sideways. The flames absorbed all around. The hacker began to look for a hawk in the middle of the fire. Randall stood on the back of the dragon and looked strictly at Zean. He said that Zean would not be able to hide from him even in the dark. Zean, meanwhile, kneeling and squeezing his weapon in his hands. Zean began to climb his knees, and Randall shouted that Zean would not be able to use his spells forever, even if he forgive him. Now the dragon has to attack again, but this time, the goal becomes a hack. The dragon returned to the hack that raced the arena and began to fire in his mouth, preparing for the attack. He spread his mouth wide, hangs over the arena, and released a large jet of the flames straight down. The hawk ran an arena. There was fire everywhere. He confidently said that fiery magic would not hurt him. Zean was inconvenient to prepare for the attack in such a situation. Zean watched the dragon erupting the flame. He felt and thought, the actions of Dragon and Randall seem too suspicious, because they know that the fire will not hurt Cax. The hack was rushing forward, covered by the fire of determination, heading to the top of the arena. Suddenly, Zean appeared in front of him, keeping the sword from which the crystals began to grow. The hacker looked at himself, not understanding why Xion was behaving so strange. In front of him, Zean kept his sword, and in a moment, the crystals that appeared crumbled on the wreckage. Zean stood in front of the hack, stretching the sword and explaining that Walia's flames were only a distraction of attention, and in fact, Randall used the magic of ice. Randall was flying on a white dragon, holding the sword in his hand. Zean was riding on a hack. He, looking forward, confessed that in the form of a red fox, he was especially vulnerable to ice magic. If Randall managed to attack, Haku could have a hard time getting sick. Randall kept a sword covered with ice magic. He annoyedly said that everything would not end so easy. Randall exposed his sword in front of him and launched icy magic into battle, and the dragon released a flame on the boys. They rushed to run the stairs, escaping from attacks. Haku changed his shape. Now he became green and resembled a fox, becoming even faster. Attacks aimed at guys did not reach the target every time. They discussed the insidious attacks of Randall and his dragon. At this time, Zean jumped out of the hack and found himself on the ground. The dark dragon further erupted the flame, and a white dragon flew next to it, on which Randall sat. Randall stared closely. The whole field of the arena has already been enveloped by a cloud of dust and smoke. However, Randall said that even if the enemies hide in the smoke curtain, he will still be able to see them. Randall managed to evade the attack. Surprised, he looked directly in front of him. Then Randall lowered his gaze and noticed how several huge pegs came from the smoke. Without spending time, he ordered to activate the barrier for protection. Many Zeans gathered in the arena. Everyone held a bow with arrows. Zean began to say that Randall would not be able to repel all these attacks. Zean was riding on the hack, holding behind the clones. Suddenly, the darkness began to thicken around Zean. He quickly spoke with the hack. "You need to escape from the clones," as Zean had a plan. Randall looked closely at the clones and was amazed at how much they were similar to Zean himself. Then, he immediately ordered the dark dragon to attack them. The dragon gathered its magical power and rushed to attack Zean's clones. Magic suddenly broke out in front of the clones. This dragon began to attack. The clones began to disappear one by one until there was only one hack on the ground, on which Zean was sitting, and in the sky he sewed a dragon with Randall. Randall held a sword in his hands. He looked forward and said that Zean failed to deceive him with such cheap trick. Zean sat on the hawk. A magical claw appeared in his hand, from which sparks poured. He said that he was waiting for Randall to destroy all his clones. Randall was very surprised to hear Zean. Zean lifted his head up, and a ball of magic glowed in his hand. Again, many of his clones appear around Zean. He raises his hands, and a magic ball begins to glow. At the same moment in the hand of Zean there is a bow. He explains that during the attack on his clones, he used the magic of energy absorption. Zean was riding forward on a Haku, and a black dragon flew towards them. Raising his hand, Zean created a magical arrow and began to target the dragon from his bow. Then he released the arrow up. At the same moment, numerous magical arrows flew from the dark dragon. They kissed not only the dragon, but also the assistant. Randall watched with horror how a dark dragon falls to the ground. Meanwhile, Zean created another magical arrow and put it on the target. The powerful drainage of magical arrows rushed directly towards the white dragon and Randall. The spears pierced the white dragon in several places, and he began to fall. Randall kept the sword in front of him, realizing that he did not escape. The white dragon was all in the wounds. He pained painfully and eventually fell to the ground. When his body touched the earth, dust clubs were rising around. Along with the dragon on earth lay Randall and sounded at someone. Randall returns to the side from where Haku and Zean came from. Zean strikes the sword, but Randall has time to repel it with his blade. After that, Randall moves back, and the Zean, jumping from the shoulder of the hack, attacks him from above while jumping. Zean was riding on Randall, their swords were crossing. Zean said that now their match began, and no one would hurt them. Randall shook Zean with a strong movement, stood up, and stated that he saw the future. Zean's attacks were too slow. In Randall, a magical symbol flashes in the eye, and the next moment Zean has time to strike just before him. Zean struck Randall's eyes and he shouted in pain. He dropped on his knees and released a weapon from his hands. Randall covered his eyes with his palms. The Zean stood side by side and said that Randall was in his eyes. Now there is no eye. and it will no longer be able to use force. Blood was dripping from Randall. Pressing his hand to the wound, he wondered why Zean was unable to predict Zean's attack, and Zean, standing in front of him, calmly explained, "He is just a little faster than Randall's prediction." Randall covered his face with his hands and heard the scientist's words that he relied on his strength and did not notice such a simple attack. Zean kept a sword in front of him. He continued. The real power focused on the edge of the sword, but Randall did not understand it. Rando kneeled, pressing his palm to his face and assured that he had remained a hero. Zean hid his sword in the vagina and said that Rando would have to live so on. He took only his sight. After these words, Zean began to climb the stairs, moving away from the random. Cheyenne and Haku were outside. They stood near the arena. Subsequently, they found themselves in the forest and discussed that none of them trust Randall. Now Randall will not be able to avoid suspicions because he cooperates with the chains of the god of death. Zean was in the dark. He remembered Randall sat in the midst of the ruins and said that his eyes were for him. But now this heroic time for Zean has already passed. Haku walked behind Cheyenne. Meanwhile, the hair of the Cheyenne began to grow up, and he held his hand, trying to smooth. Then Cheyenne said he would stay in this world and would follow the call of his heart. Haku smiled and replied that he was wonderful. Zean raised his finger and a hack approached him. They looked carefully. Friends began to discuss that they need to collect all the magic stones to make this world better. The hawk's paw and the hand of the Cheyenne were connected in a single gap. Friends came to the guild building. The girl stood in front of them. She easily coughed and asked if they were really going to go today. The hacker and Cheyenne were very surprised by the girl's reactions. The guild writer appeared behind her. She smiled widely. Lily ran up and hugged the guild masters, and I joined the girls who were consulted that you could still try. Maybe the boys will be lucky this time. Lily wiped tears from his red face. Then she hid her hands behind her back and confidently said that the boys would definitely work out. After that, Lily stretched a small bag of Zean, which surprised it very much. Lily kept a package and said that she had baked these cookies. She promised to pray for the health of children in the future. Zean took the liver and thanked Lily. The girl stopped in front of Zean. They said that the girls would wait for the visit of boys. There was Zean next to the hack. The boys who were near the street paid attention to the crowd of people. One man raised his hand up. The ring shone on his index finger, and he said that this ring was proof that he was a hero. Zean and Haku looked at themselves, remembering Ragdale stood. Zean explained that the heroes have no right to give up a duel, and often hunt for them while waiting for the hero to be seriously injured in order to take away his strength. On the street, a crowd gathered, everyone voted and noisy. Zean looked at the hack, and then turned and quietly went on. Friends discussed that they need to be more cautious now, because they could be monitored. They raised their heads and saw the clouds floating past. The events unfold in the city of Rotter, the capital of the state. Zean stood with his arms lowered. He was racing a huge monster, like a monkey. Zean grabbed him by his paw and threw it through himself, so the guest fell to the ground. Zean stands in front of a monster that spreads his hands and lies on the ground. A crowd of people gathered around. The winner of the battle was Zean. He takes a basket from the table, which lies 30 polo. Zean looked at the basket and said that he did not have the magic of recovery from the hack. After that, Zean waved for a farewell to the monster and the audience, then quickly disappeared from the field of view. The audience was stunned by the defeat of the gorilla. There were several dishes and a glass on the table, decorated with stones. Zean and Haku took the food. The muzzle of the hack was covered with crumbs. They talked about the history of the city and how commercial fishing developed here. A man with a towel on his hand approached the boy at the table and asked if the food was delicious. Zean replied that everything is delicious and the city residents are very friendly. He also added that he plans to stay here for a long time. The man looked back at a noisy company, which also sat at the table and ate. He said that here people and ghosts were once friends and helped each other, but lately their relationship began to deteriorate. Zean was against the backdrop of darkness, and the words of the man were caught by surprise. While Haku was eating from his plate, Zean listened carefully to the interlocutor. He warned, "You should not go out on the city street at night." Haket delicious and was pleased. Zean looked at the man and thanked him for his good advice. Haku sat next to me and continued to chew food. The guys left the dining room. Zean began to comb his hack. They did not remember to see any holes in the ground on the streets. Friends discussed that the city was forbidden to use magic, and it seemed strange that the traces on the streets left powerful magic. The hawk put his head on his paws, and Zean continued to gently iron him. Meanwhile, Smog took the weapon, threw a cloak, and disappeared into the portal. He thought about what was happening in the city and decided to reveal this mystery. Zean left the portal directly to the city street, where everything was wrapped. He was walking slowly among the empty buildings and wondered a strange environment. It was not quite dark on the street, but there was no living soul around. Suddenly, there was a voice behind. Someone called him named. Several soldiers approached Zean. On the road, a thick fog came. They warned the guy not to leave the house. When Ogre appeared on the streets, Zean asked how it could happen at all. The men stood in front of Zean, wrapped in thick fog. They began to say that this fog appeared a few months ago, earlier than Ogre appeared. Suddenly, Zean turned to a cry that came behind. A girl was sitting on the ground in the dress. She begged for help. A giant monster with horns hang over it. He connected his paws with his claws and shouted loudly, struck a defenseless girl. Suddenly, Seor appears in front of the girl. He leaves his portal and blocking the sword of the great monster. The girl is hiding behind Zean, frightened. Zean stopped his paws with his sword and shouted to the soldiers to take the girl to a safe place as soon as possible. Then Syl looked at the monster and noted that he had never seen the plow of this color. From the nostrils, a couple came. At the same time, Silas began to attack the monster. One of his attacks got the plow and inflicted wounds. The Ogre swayed with pain, but after a moment his wound healed. Zean looked at the plowman in surprise, not understanding how the wound healed so quickly. Aura lifted his paws to his head and began to growl, and a charming aura suddenly appeared around him. Bright flashes of light broke out of the Oro mouth. Zean put the sword in front of him, thinking that this Ogre is too stupid to act somehow. It seemed that the Ogre did not notice him at all, but his incredibly rapid regeneration alarmed. Suddenly, the Ogre began to open the flames from his mouth. The fireball hit the ground. The Zean had time to bounce sideways, but stopped from a powerful blow and rose into the air. Gathering with his forces, he rushed forward, planning to cut off the plowing horns, so the monster will become weaker. This is exactly what Smog wanted. The plan worked, and the horns of the plowing fell to the ground. The Ogrus opened his mouth, showing sharp fangs, and shouted loudly. Then he fell to the ground, grabbed his head, and flicked something incomprehensible. The Zean listened and heard the name of Karin among those words, so he repeated him after the monster. Without hesitation, the Zean approached the plow and brought the sword. Suddenly, the girl in the dress asked him to stop. The girl was kept by soldiers, and she was crying not to give her to the oven. Zean stood side by side, lifting the sword, as if preparing to protect someone. Everything was wrapped around. Zean returned to the girl, trying to understand her words. He could not understand what she meant. Meanwhile, the Ogre, holding one paw for his head, stood up and rushed with a cry. The lace ran to the slot in the high wall. Zean approached the girl in the dress, reached out to her, and asked to explain why she stopped him. The girl began to cry very much and said that the monster was calling her named. It turned out to be really her boyfriend. A soldier approached the boys and reported that this was the 10th case in the last 2 months when the animal is rotating on the bug. Zean looked forward and raised his eyebrows. The fog was flowing around him, and the debris flew. He was mentioned that the followers of the King of Demons were able to reincarnate. Zean realized he needed to know more about what is happening in the city. Zeom looked at the soldier and the girl and said that it could be returned to the previous state. The girl wept, and the soldier replied that the king was already doing this problem, but they have not yet found a solution. The girl closed her face with her hands and said that if something happened to her boyfriend, then it would not be possible to turn everything back. Zeon looked at her with pity. The soldiers began to take away the girl. One of them remained and said that there is a lake near the city where the goddess Flora lives. It may be able to help. In his thoughts, the man imagined the silhouette of a girl with long hair. On the contrary, Zeon was a real warrior. He was told that he skillfully owns a sword. The king wanted to gather heroes to protect the city. Zeon may hear this call and join them. Zeon replied that he would still think about this proposal. The boys were in the forest near the mountains. Zeon wrote cock, and they mentioned that about 200 years ago, similar events had already taken place here. Riding the top, Zeon thought of what happened yesterday and remembered how he was looking for a source of magical power. A strange atmosphere appeared around Zeon and Hacha. Zeon suggested that the demons are involved, but first you need to find a source of magic. Zeon got off the hook and reported that there was a source of mania somewhere nearby. He noticed a crowd of people who gathered near the water. The boys came to the people, and one girl turned to them, saying that they came to the lake so that the goddess would hear their prayers. It surprised Zeon, because the military had previously told him about it. Zeon and Haku's stood behind other people. They looked up into the sky and saw the charming circles began to appear there. A girl in the dress came out of one of these circles. The girl spread her arms to the sides and hanged in the air over people. Seeing her, people fell to the ground and began to beg the goddess for help. Shion and Haku also looked up. In the air, a girl with long hair and decoration on her head floated. The boys looked at her silently, and all other people lay on the ground. The girl said she didn't like stubborn people. Zeon thanked her, after which he opened her eyes wide. He noticed how a girl is glowing in the chest area. The guy looked at them in surprise. The girl put her hand on her chest and said that her name is Athena, and she would like to talk to the boys. The boys looked at each other. The Haka noted that Zeon was unhappy when he looked so carefully at people. On this, Zeon denied that he did nothing. Zeon looked at the girl and said that she became the source of this magic. The hook was surprised to look at Zeon. Athena went down to the ground, and a girl with braided hair sat in front of her. The driver approached the water and confessed that he sees the goddess for the first time. Athena soaked above the ground, crossing her hands under her breasts, and said that she was a fairy who was once a man. She was surprised when he reached out to the girl and began to talk about why they came to the lake with the hack. But the girl interrupted Zeon and said that the boys were looking for a magic crystal. The girl uncertainly came with her hands on her pockets and clothing until a small dark crystal fell out of her palm. Zeon squeezed his cloak and said that he had lost this crystal earlier, so now he wanted to return it. The girl kept the crystal in her hands, looked carefully at him and said that he would agree to give the crystal of Zeon, but only on one condition. Zeon listened to her words. The girl was sitting on a stone, holding a stone in her hand, and told that she has the best friend who is the hero of the war. She insisted that Zeon had led her to the lake. Zeon and Haku stood side by side and listened carefully to the girlish request. The boys were in the city and stepped in an empty street. Haku looked around carefully, and Zeon stopped in front of him. They discussed that they came to the city where the friend of Athens lives. Sweat drops appeared on Zeon's face. He turned to the hack and said that he had once traveled with this girl. The hawk went side by side, looking carefully at Zeon. Suddenly, the guys heard a cry for help. The man was lying on the ground and pointing his hand into the sky. He shouted that a giant eagle was flying there, and he was going straight to them. The eagle flew directly on defenseless people. Zean accepted a battle stable and created a magical shield that stopped a huge eagle. Kaka stood behind the hack and was already preparing for the attack. She kept a magical shield in front of him, and the hack stood behind. The boys were surprised when they heard a male voice that ordered to stop because the eagle could not be injured. The stranger began to spell. Zean took his magic shield and looked at a girl behind him. She covered the eagle with a powerful flow of water magic. The girl approached a huge eagle and reached out to him. She gently said that no one would harm him, so he could calm down. The girl hugged the head of the eagle, and her hair fluttered in the wind. She praised the obedient eagle and winked trickily. The eagle flew into the sky, and the girl approached the townspeople and said that this bird was not charming. It just needs to be reassured. The girl returned to the boys with a smile and thanked them for their help. She confessed that she was not sure whether she had time to save all the inhabitants. The girl looked at Zean in surprise. He smiled and waved his hand, and then said that he should not thank him. Zean and Haku were very surprised when they saw the girl bowing her face to her palms, and tears flowed on her cheeks. She raised her hands up and exclaimed that Zean was still alive. The girl rushed to the place where Zean stood. She was in his arms. The girl was crying and holding Zean firmly without releasing. Through tears, she said that she was very glad that she could find it. The girl hugged Zean firmly and through his tears rejoiced in their meeting because she was sure that he died. The driver carefully took the girl by the shoulders. They looked into each other's eyes and confessed how glad to meet again. The next moment, the face of the girl and Zean blushed from embarrassment. They quickly turned away from each other, but again repeated that the meeting was happy. He watched the hack carefully at all. The hacker approached the boys, and Zean introduced him to the girl. She put her hands together and said that the hack was very cool, and confessed that she was surprised to see such a strong beast next to the deer. The girl smiled and said that her name is Arya, and she was glad to get acquainted with Haku. Haku also smiled in response and said that he was pleased to meet her. Zean reached out by Arya and reported that the goddess Athena was waiting for her near the flora source. He asked if Arya would agree with them. The girl accepted Zean's proposal. She gently removed her hand from the hack, which immediately blushed. Arya and Zean eventually went to the hook. He warned them firmly. Arya was immediately embraced and apologized for it. Zean looked at the hack and advised him not to run so quickly if he trembles so much. Haku threw a dissatisfied gaze at the Scion and thought that he did not understand him at all. After a while, the boys reached the source. They stood on the ground, and the fairy hung in the air. The girls went hands and joyfully started jumping. Xion and the hawk were watching them, slightly grinding from excitement. Zean looked at himself and remembered that he had last seen Arya with a child, and now she was growing up. The fairy looked at the Arya, closed her eyes for a moment, and explained that she called her because of a strange situation. The beasts were turning into a bug. Everyone listened carefully to the fairy. Arya began to say that the fairy mentioned holy water, which removed the effect of transformation into zombies and treats disease. She suggested that if the changes have just started, this water should help. In the imagination of Arius, a picture of a beautiful bottle with a healing liquid inside has already appeared. The girls talked about what they want to help those who have been in trouble. The fairy took Arya's and smiled. Behind the Arya was Zajan. Arya looked forward and said that she obeyed only one person, and she borrowed the will of the hero from Zean. Arya remembered how she saw two owners clanged their hands as a sign of peace in her childhood, and their swords lay with different emblems nearby. Arya remembered a man in a mask that created a magical ball in his hand. It was a wicked hero of darkness, capable of winning the whole country alone. And in the end, she had nothing left to put up with it. Arya recalled the reconciliation ceremony. Many people gathered in the hall, and suddenly a huge three-headed dog appeared before them. Each head had a wide mouth which was filled with sharp teeth. Little Arya created a magical shield. She tried to protect people from the monster. A monster with 3 heads hanged above her. Arya screamed and began to call for help. A huge mouth with fangs hung over it. She put her hands forward with fear, trying to protect. Arya opened her eyes and saw a hero in a dark cloak that had just overcome the 3-headed monster. It was a hero of darkness. The mysterious hero in the mask returned and approached the little Arya. Removing the mask, he said quietly that everything is behind, and now Arya can return to his mother. The girl looked at Zean, and her eyes were full of tears. The driver kindly stroked Arya on his head, and then they joined the battle together. The Zean was older than the Arya by 7 years, and in his life was already a beloved woman. Arya imagined a girl with long hair that stood her back. Arya remembered Zean on his knees near the coffin of a loved one. She sincerely wanted to support him, but he still departed from her. It has been 5 years since it all happened. One day, walking the street, she heard someone saying that Zean was dead. At once, she remembered Zean, as he stood on the ground in which many swords stuck out. Arya put her hands on her face. She did not want to believe that rumors could be true. Arya could not believe that Zean had died, so she decided to leave the city. She put her hands on her heart and sincerely said that she was very glad to see Zean alive. The fairy looked closely at Zean. The hawk closed his eyes and thought that Arya, despite all these years, sincerely loved Zean. Zean stood behind Arya without realizing what she likes. Fairy and Haku frowned, because it was strange to how Zean could be so inattentive. The fairy smiled, showed the crystal, and put it on the palm of her hand. She said she was returning the crystal because Zean respected her promise. A magical light shone around the guy. Zean's eyes shone. The return of the crystal was a pleasant surprise for him. He felt his magical power became stronger. In the meantime, Haku approached the boys, and they advised Zean to try their new opportunities. The boys were on the streets of the city surrounded by fog. They began to discuss among themselves that the villains may have used zombie powder. Arya did not believe that this powder could be scattered in such a large area. Zean raised his finger and said that the villains were scattering the powder with wind currents. It will be necessary to understand where it is sprayed, but now the main thing is to cope with the cucumber. Arya kept a bottle of holy water, which they hoped to use as help. The hawk was overthrown on the ground. The boys were determined to find yesterday's gun. They surrounded the hacker, discussing each other. If they stand out demons, what exactly do they want to achieve? Arya held Zean by the hand and explained that demons wanted to quarrel with animals and people. Suddenly, Haku stopped, and the boys noticed a plow that lay right on the ground. He chewed the meat of the animal when he saw the boys. Zean had fallen and noted that both horns were broken. He wondered if he was really the same ogress they met yesterday. Arya looked at the plow, doubt whether he could turn his former appearance at all. But Zean was convinced of that. He quickly jumped out of the hack. Arya began to call Volusmania and said she could immobilize the plow. She put her hand on her sword and told the hack that she needed to help. Zean took the sword in his hand and slowly moved to the plow. He began to speak the spell, and copies of it began to appear from the ground one by one. Zean, along with his copies, rushed on the offensive. In response, the bunny roared and rushed forward. The Ogre struck the ground, but Zean with copies managed to evade. The Ogre threatened, and in the meantime, Zean was already behind him. Smoke overthrew from the mouth. He screamed loudly and rushed to the deer. The copies of the deer immediately raised the magical shields. The Zean himself also kept the shield, realizing that this ossuary had a mind. Ogre placed his paws, preparing for the next blow. Arya was surrounded by a charming aura and shouted loudly that she was ready to attack. Zean looked at the Arya and allowed her to act. Near Zean stood the Ogre. Arya began to pronounce the magic words quietly, and the blue lights from the lens, similar to flowers, appeared around her. Magical circles appeared before Arya, and crystals began to fly from there. The crystals had already reached the belt. He fiercely swore, trying to get out, but Arya said that he was not to break free. The hack rushed forward and grabbed the plow of one paw. At this point, Zean reached out, and the fascinated tentacles wrapped his second paw, plowing. Now the giant was completely tight and could not move. Zean said Arya that it could be attacked. Arya rushed to the plow and struck him hard. He shouted in pain. Arya took a bottle and poured its contents directly to the Ogre. He swallowed everything and then grabbed his throat. The boys watched closely at what was happening to Ogre. Ogre grabbed his throat and raised his voice. Arya kept an empty bottle in her palms and prayed hotly so that everything was possible. Smoke overthrown from the eyes of the plow, they had blood, and it gradually began to turn into their real face, before the boys put a real beast. They looked at and glad that everything was succeeded. The feast took the girl in the dress in her arms. It was evident, as they were happy to meet. Meanwhile, Zean spoke with a soldier. If another OGR, let him tell him immediately. Arya was standing next to the hack and rejoiced that in love again. They talked about love with the hack. Arya looked at the hub and took it by the tail. They exchanged sincere words of love and gratitude. Zean approached the boys, raised his hand and apologized for the delay. Then he suggested Arya stay in a separate room for a night. Arya looked at the deer and then turned away from him. She said she would not be difficult to spend the night with the boys. Zean agreed. The Zean approached Arya and gently stroked her on his head. Then he praised her, saying that she was just incredible today. From these words, Arya was discontinuing and scattered. He stood with me, he smiled, watching all this. The boys sat in the house at the table, ate and talked. They discussed how she was walking without a mask yesterday, and no one even recognized her, although she was a real heroine. Zean held a fork in his hand and asked not to worry. Arya supported his words. Haku put his paws on the table and noticed that there should be a hero-armed man in the city, but unfortunately, there was no such thing here. People sat behind the back of Zean. He remembered a man who bowed to the ruler. Next to the man stood his servants. Zean put his hand to his face and thought, "The kingdom is in danger, and the characters have not yet returned." Arya agreed with his words. In the meantime, a soldier approached them and turned to Zean. Two soldiers were already in front of Zean. One of them, a bearded man, said that Zean is calling the king and his friends should go with him. The boys got to Castle Roden. They stood before the king and the queen, and then bowed to the ruler. The queen sat next to the king, and he told her that he had heard from the soldiers about Zean's exploits. Zean rose from his knees and introduced his friends. Arya kept her hand on her chest, and Zean told the king about her. The king was very surprised when he learned that Arya was the heroine of water, because she could not be in the kingdom. Arya got up and said she was pleased to be near Zean, and she was ready to help those who need help. Hearing that Zean called her his associate, Arya was discouraged and blushed with joy, and the king touched his hand to his face and coiled. In fact, the art of the king was manifested in the form of a white figure, which stated that Zean is a common traveler who simply has a very strong pet. He heard a lot of angry. A man in white stood next to the king. The Zean paid attention to him and felt that there was a powerful energy from that. The guy was surprised by who this stranger could be. Their views met for a short time. The king rose, reached out to him, and said he intended to find a source of beacons. If there are demons or magical beasts for all of this, they must be destroyed. Then the king asked if Zean was ready to join him. Zean was on his knees. The king stood before the boys and turned to them for help. The boys continued on their knees and listened closely to the king's speech. Zean stood on one knee, then stood up and said that a long time has long passed since the story of the Ogre, and only now the king began to gather the army. The man smiled in white and looked at the king, and the king met his gaze. Then the king clenched his hand into his fist and reported that the soldiers had already found a source of miasm, but had not had time to do anything. The heroine with weapons, Claire, just returned from the hike. Claire approached the boys, reached out to Zean and said that he was glad to get acquainted with him. Then Claire looked at the hacker and noted that he was also glad to get acquainted with the magic wolf. This was the hack, because he is not a wolf, but a fox. Claire stood next to the deer. Zean asked who all these people are around them. Claire inspected the audience and replied that he was his team. Only 30 people here. Men and women of all ages looked closely at the boys. The king said he appealed to Zean for help, because recently the enemy has been trying to sow enmity between people and animal. Arya and Haku stood near the hammer. Zean enthusiastically announced that he was ready to join the team today, just when everyone was about to move. The king smiled and thanked Zean for his support. The king sat at the table on which the map lay. Heroes gathered around him. The king announced that, as it was conceived, the operation will start this night. The Claire group, Zean's squad, and 30 elite soldiers will take part in it. The man in the helmet reached out to Zean and introduced himself to the soldiers' commander. Zean looked at his hand and shook it. Suddenly, something attracted Zean's attention. The commander of the soldiers squeezed his hand firmly. Zean noticed that the man was strange, but decided not to respond to his provocation. However, it was worth showing that his handshake could also be real. Zean smiled and said he was glad to get acquainted. But in a moment, a man fell on the floor. Zean continued to stand, holding his hand firmly. Claire stood next to the king, and he wondered what happened to those guys. At this point, a panic commander shouted in a panic so that Zean immediately released his hand. Zean smiled and released the commander's hand, apologizing for it. Claire came to the commander to help him climb. Then she turned to the soldier and wondered if Zean was really so strong. The commander looked at Zean, next to which Arya stood, and said that Zean was very strong. This force is too big for an ordinary person. Claire was blinking her eyes and saying it could be interesting. Claire looked at the king and said that if there was some important person, soldiers must tell them. The king agreed. Then Claire, along with another man, put her hands on their breasts and worshipped politely. When Zean, Arya, and Haku were already going to go, Claire caught up with them. Smiling, he turned to Zean and suggested staying a little. Claire said he wanted to show Zean one charming thing from his collection and asked if the Zean was to stay with him for a few minutes. Zean agreed. The boys were in the arena, in the middle of which was an iron cage. Inside the cage, the winged monster was roaring. Claire held a bow in his hands and stated that he wanted to test charming weapons on these monsters. Zean looked at the cage and said that there were winged goblins. Claire has already prepared a bow and was alert. He raised his hand, giving a signal to release the goblins. The boys were standing nearby and watching everything that happened. The cage opened, and several goblins appeared in the air. Claire held a bow in his hands and watched the goblins approaching him. Goblins with sharp fangs rushed to Claire, growling loudly. Claire pulled the bowstring, and 4 arrows appeared in her hand. At the same moment, the magic arrows broke from the bow and flew directly to the goblins. Arrows, filled with magical energy, suddenly changed their flight and began to hit one by one into the body of goblin. Zean and Arya looked up, and the girl was surprised that the arrows could really return. All monsters were amazed by these arrows. Powerful magical arrows affect monsters, and those powerless fall to the ground next to Claire standing with a bow in his hands. The king knocked Claire off his feet, impressing him with his skill. Claire leaned his hand on his chest, leaned down, and then lifted a magic bow and confidently stated that the power of this bow is that all his whole will be defeated sooner or later. The boys looked at Claire with interest. Zean noted that Claire had released several arrows and noted that this magical item was really very good. And Claire smiled in response and turned her gaze on Zean. Claire approached Zean and said that only one monster remained. He may want to deal with him. Zean has raised his eyebrows, thinking that Claire is really a good strategist. Before the deer stood Claire, holding a magic bow in his hands. The driver was in the arena and thought that Claire decided not only to show his weapon, but also to compete. The sun has risen high, which is quite unprofitable for the owner of darkness. Zean closed his eyes and replied that you would not know anything about whose abilities. It would be stupid. Claire smiled and noted that I was glad because Zean understood him. After that, Zean walked past Claire. Arya and Haku stood nearby and began to cheer up Zean. Zean raised his hand and thanked his friends for his support. A monster appeared in the sky above the iron cage, and Zean looked carefully at him. The monster began to gain speed and rushed to Zean, but Zean remained stationary. He began to pronounce magic words, and the tentacles appeared from the ground, which grabbed the winged monster just in the air. Claire lifted her eyes and thought that even in daylight, Zean has black magic at such a high level. The tentacles were firmly compressed by the monster. Someone started growling. In the next moment, one of the tentacles detached the monster's head. The body of the monster fell next to the dearest, who was holding his hand raised up, and the head of the monster was near Claire, standing with a magical bow in her hands. A monster's head was lying near the Claire on earth. Claire began to say that Zean's abilities were admired. At such a speed, he will soon exceed the hero of the darkness of Exile. This Zean replied that it was time for them to go on. Claire said goodbye to everyone. Arya, along with the hack, approached Zean. Arya said that the ceiling is strong enough and skillfully possesses the bow. The Haku and Cheyenne turned. They began to discuss why Claire needed a detachment of 30 people. It seemed strange to them. Many riders on horseback gathered before the high gate. Claire began to shout that they would stop the source of Mayas and return the city. After that, Claire with others lifted their weapons up and shouted joyfully. The boys walked one after the other, forming a column. Zean was riding on the hack, and behind him was Arya and Claire. Friends discussed that the ruins would be ahead, and it was there that the enemy could chat. Claire kept a ledge and confessed with a smile that he did not believe that heroes gathered around, and it was very pleased. And next to Arya, she recorded something and added that only time would tell if the real luck had fallen. Claire looked at the Arya, put his hand on his chest, and said that she was good. He invited her to join her team. Arya looked at Claire and refused his proposal. Arya lifted her head and looked into the sky. Her cheeks were red. She confessed that she likes one guy, very beautiful, with dark hair, strong and attractive. Arya looked at Claire and confessed with a smile that she was in love with this man. The boys looked at her in surprise. John and Kak came to the Arya and asked her to stop. The girl looked at the boys in surprise. Claire smiled awkwardly and said that the one who loves Arya could be called very happy. The horse on horseback rushed to the boys and shouted loudly that a purple ogre appeared directly in front. Zean was riding on the hack and listening carefully to the soldier's message. Claire suggested that, judging by the color of this plow, he was once a common animal. Arya was worried, and Zean said with hope that they have holy water, which could turn his true appearance. Claire showed sideways and screamed loudly that the detachment was lined up in the line because the Ogre was already approaching. Arya and Zean stood near Claire. 9 purple binders stood in front of the detachment. They seemed real giants. Claire was in a panic of so many monsters. All monsters had sharp horns on their heads, and smoke broke out of their mouths. The boys looked forward and pretended that the holy water would be enough for everyone, but it would be difficult to cure everyone. Claire said that this decision was not easy, but it is impossible to leave the monsters alive. The next moment, Ogre jumped forward and landed near the soldiers. They were angry. The soldiers were confused and frightened. The hacker flicked, and then instantly turned into a green fox and rushed to the attack on the cucumber. He struck several blows and knocked enemies off his feet. The gust of wind hit the plows, and they closed their faces with their paws. Claire began to give orders to his soldiers and then looked seriously in front of him. Claire approached Zean and praised the hook for her great work. Zean looked closely at Claire and noted that there were many hidden abilities in the hook. He is not inferior to the power of either Zean or Arya himself. Zean looked at Claire and said they needed to act on their own. Claire scattered and returned to Zean. Claire looked at huge and angry monsters. Then she asked herself how Zean could handle them all on their own. Zean looked at Claire with pain and pleaded to believe them. Arya approached Claire and also asked them to trust. Claire looked at Arya in surprise. He looked at the dearest and said that the boys had only 5 minutes, and when the time was asleep, he would order to destroy the monsters. Claire ordered the horsemen to stop the attack. Zean thanked Claire for his trust. Zean began to spell. Arya was standing behind him, ready to come to the rescue at any moment. There was a hack nearby. The boys discussed the plan for rescue of the animal. Angry monsters watched with them. Zean was determined to win. I looked at the Arya and said that she needed to freeze as much bake as possible, and he would stop the top of the monster with the tentacles. Arya agreed with his plan. Claire, seeing angry bugs, ordered the soldiers to protect the boys. Ogre began to make noise loudly. Their eyes sparkled, and they pushed off the ground with their feet, preparing for the attack. One of the lands landed next to Zean and Arya. The hacker rushed forward and knocked the plow from his feet. Arya praised the hack for a successful attack. The Arya began to spell, and gradually the legs of the torso were covered with an icy crust. The soldiers broke out of the mouth, and it became very cold around. Zean reached forward. A magical aura caught fire around him. He caused the tentacles, which finally rolled the movements of the fuel. Zean happily exclaimed that they managed to immobilize 5 bugs. Arya held holy water in her hands and asked Claire to help her. He quickly jumped off his horse and, together with Arya, began to sprinkle the binded bake with holy water. Arya looked at the warfare that fussed around and said that they should become again as they were before. Zean and Claire watched carefully at everything that was happening. Eyes warmed up with bright light, and they began to shout loudly. Arya looked at them in surprise, not understanding why they did not return their usual appearance. Eyes glowed more and more. Gar was standing next to Arya and asking for too much time. Zean, with her nerves, clenched his teeth and thought that, most likely, someone managing them. The guy stood in front of the pupils. They met and began to discuss that the demons were guilty of all. Claire pulled out his sword and then took another one. Now he had 2 swords. Then he ordered the soldiers to destroy the Bezek. The soldiers were armed and started an attack on immobilized Baked. Claire watched carefully for everything that was happening. He rushed to the warriors, and in the next moment, their heads fell to the ground, separated from the trunk. The rest of the warriors quickly won the soldiers. Zean watched it and felt indignation. Claire lifted the sword sideways and loudly ordered the soldiers to deal with the rest of the bug. Claire turned and allowed Zean to act. Zean thanked him. Arya began to spell again, and he stood a hack nearby and helped her. Meanwhile, the rest of the warfare began to appear. Zean and Claire hurried to the breeze and gave them holy water. However, she did not work on these creatures. Then, the soldiers rushed to the attack on the warfare. Claire watched with horror. Claire stood in front of Ogre. He had already prepared his swords to attack, but the Zean stopped him and asked for a little more. Zean split his hands in his sides and told Og. Ogre, holding his head, said one word, Guy. Then Zean shouted to bring back the human likeness because he was a man. The Ogre's eyes suddenly shined. The Ogre compared his head with his hands, and the Zean was still screaming to return home because they were waiting for him. Gradually, the plow's facial expression began to change. Suddenly, the boys appeared in front of the boys. He held his hands behind his head and called his name loudly. Claire looked at him with surprise and could not believe that all this was really going on. The viewer continued to call him loudly to his name until he found himself in Zean's arms. Arya, Haku, soldiers, and Claire happily celebrated Zean's victory. Arya and Haru came to Shion. She began to praise him for victory. Zean looked at the boys and said that Shion was able to win only through their support, and that he was glad that at least one of the animal was helped by holy water. Claire approached the boys and told them that the soldiers would spend Guy in the city. Guys do not have to worry about it, but Claire wants to discuss something with them. Claire began to say that through the pranks of Zean all were in great danger. She could not leave it unattended. A soldier with a torch sat next to her. Arya and Hacha began to protect and justify Zean's actions. The driver appeared in front of the boys, raised their hand and thanked them for their support, saying that they no longer need to worry. After that, he dropped on the knee in front of Claire and apologized for his actions. Claire smiled and asked Zean to get up. He closed his eyes and a strange aura appeared around. Claire acknowledged that he had also bent a stick, but these events reminded him of the past. Then Claire turned and offered to move on. The boys were on the site of the former city of Rotter, where only the ruins are now remained. Claire was riding, and there was an Arya. He said that people with incurable diseases were brought to this city. Arya trembled with fear. Claire has not stopped telling the spooky stories related to this city. Arya pressed her hands and quietly confessed that she was not liked. Zean with the hack smiled and tried to calm the Arya. The commander approached Claire and turned his view. He reported that he noticed someone at the entrance to the ruins. A torch burned brightly nearby. He said that there was a monster at the entrance with a lot of mana. Claire was riding on a horse, and he added that it was necessary to find where this magic came from. Zean looked at Claire and offered to overcome the monster on his own. Claire got off his horse and said that they had time to show what they were capable of. He looked forward and smiled. From the ruins, a huge monster came on the boys. Instead of his head, he had a spooky skull, and the whole body was like giant armor. A big sword held in the hands of the monster. The Claire detachment was a little scared, so she took her swords in both hands. Clara's hood was fluttering in the wind. He began to smile and said that he would now show everyone what they had never seen. Claire stared forward with determination in his eyes. Claire was armed with swords and rushed forward, ready to attack the monster. He remembered well how the monster once dealt with his childhood friend and was not going to forgive it. Claire vowed to take revenge. The monster hit the sword, but did not hit, and Claire cleverly evaded the attack. Claire hit the monster again, leaving deep cuts on his bib. She landed on the ground, and the fighters from her detachment stood around. Claire commanded everyone to start an attack. Claire exclaimed the number 3. At once, a few people began to spell from her detachment, and Claire herself held a charming staff with a protection. It is by this staff that she was skillfully cut by the monster's sword into 2 parts. Claire rejected the weapon and began to say, 7 of them, archers, 2, catches. Their rays released the arrows directly into the face of the monster and then rolled his hands with chains. Claire has a large and sharp weapon. Claire rushed to the attack and exclaimed loudly that this monster had not long. The next moment she pierced the body of the monster through and landed behind him. The monster began to roar loudly. There was almost nothing left of his head. Then he fell directly to the ground, lifting a high cloud of dust into the air. Claire turned and noticed that he seemed a little overdone. Zean and Kak came to Claire, began to praise him for his skill. Claire smiled and said that he was pleased to hear such words from Zean. Then Zean added that it was he who announced the numbers. These were types of attacks, and Claire every time suited his defense under each attack. Claire approached the soldier and handed him a weapon. She explained that he had a lot of weapons, so she had to get it so that he could be used. Nearby stood a trolley in which all these weapons lay. Zean thanked Claire for his advice. While Claire communicated with his subordinates, Zean watched him and thought that Claire was a real hero and an extremely capable person. The boys went with the soldiers through the ruins of the former city, and a thick fog came around. They talked to each other, noticing that they were getting closer to the source of the muscle and the air around the amazing smell. The soldiers came to the big puddle of some strange substance. They looked forward and felt as they are covered by fear. They saw a strange figure that stood in the middle of the city, collected from parts of human bodies. Numerous crows circled above it. Zean, horrifying, said it was the real pranks of the demons, and it was probably a few days after the death of people. Arya turned away, closed her eyes, and said softly that he could not do the dead. The player looked forward and saw behind the soldiers. He began to shout loudly, urging everyone to keep peace, because it was just a provocation of demons. Sweat drops appeared on Claire's face. Zean began to spell and felt 4 magical sources in front of him. A thick fog suddenly appeared in the air. Claire turned to the soldiers and said that everyone had to go immediately. At the head of Zean, drops of sweat. Arya approached Zean, put her hand on his back, and assured that they would surely take revenge on the death of these people. Zean flicked, but agreed with Arya. The boys were in an empty place surrounded by a thick fog. They looked up and noticed that they had come across a source of miasm. Just in front of them sat a frog ogre with a wide open mouth, from which the couple came out. The boys stopped and looked closely at the monster. They began the conversation, remembering how such monsters lived on this continent. Someone interrupted the boys' conversation and said he was tired of waiting for the characters to appear. In the sky behind the boys were flying 4 monsters with wings on their backs. The boys turned and saw 3 flying demons. Their magical power was 10 times greater than human. The demons chased their teeth and looked closely at the boys. Claire lifted her gaze. The demons were hanging in the air and announced that they learned how the characters got inside the rotor. Claire asked a monster with anger whether they were turning people into monsters. In response, one of the monsters said that it was only a little thing and a real acquaintance would start now. The monster with long hair was called Arngait. What he had thick eyebrows was called Tarb, and the smallest name was Alton. They were all brothers. The boys began to look at each other, discussing what to do next. First of all, they needed to defeat the frog, and the soldiers had to attack the demons. The next moment, the frog jumped and landed near the people, who immediately rushed to run in different directions. Our conductor laughed loudly and ordered the frog to attack. The frog's mouth was filled with flames, and she released fire on the boys. However, they were protected by Haro, so the flames did not threaten him. Haro focused, summoned magic, and struck the frog. Peru proposed to deal with the frog on his own. Zean supported his decision. Claire, holding a bow in his hands, gave a command to the archers to release arrows from flying monsters. The arrow, released by Claire, scared the monster. They stayed in the air and then hid behind a protective barrier. Claire, along with their archers, released arrows from the monsters. He believed that over time they would be able to break through the defense of these creatures. The arrest glanced at Claire and acknowledged that she was really strong, but he added that he could not do anything without his arrows. After that, he ordered his brother to attack. Magical circles appeared in the hands of Tarab, and in a moment he jumped his attack on archers. The wind rose, and the radiation began to pour enemies from the feet. Claire held his bow in his hands and, trying to climb on his feet, looked up. He thought that in such a strong storm he could hardly let the arrow. The monster mocked people. Tarb did not stop. He had been speaking and attacked people once after his magical circles. Tarp Grenda began his attack and called on Tornado. Rising into the air, he wrapped in magical energy, and the tornado immediately swirled around him. The driver raised his head with a serious look. He grabbed his weapon and began to wither. His magic gradually dispelled the tornado. The demons were very surprised to see Zean's magic. They paid attention to his sword. Zean said that unfortunately for demons, he also knows how to own the magic of the wind. Zean squeezed the sword firmly with both hands, and the gust of wind swept around him. At this point, Tar began to spell and shout that Zean's magic could not be stronger than his own. In the next moment, A few crystals pierced the tarb and blood splashed from his mouth. Arya said the spell and added that the demon did not need to remove the barrier during the attack. Arya reached forward and said that the monsters did not underestimate people. Tarb, very angry, put his hand on one of the crystals. The man stood up and looked at the monsters. The monsters continued to spread in the air. Tarp held his shoulder with his hand, and Guy looked down at his comrades and said he did not expect to meet someone more stronger than the logo. Argenti clenched his teeth and said he had to pay tribute to the hero. The Zean lifted his eyes and was surprised, because he did not understand what the hero was talking about. There was a bell in the hands of Arget. He looked at him carefully, then raised his hand over his head and announced that now everyone would hear a wonderful tune. Arget held a bell in his hands, then extended his hand forward and began to ring. His bell was heard by all the guys. The warriors stood silently, listening carefully to the bell. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble. The next moment, Arya, Claire, and soldiers grabbed their heads and pressed their palms to their ears. The bell sounded so much that it was unbearable. Argite held a bell in his hands and said that his sound affects the human mind. Zean began to ask which of the persuasion heroes sold them this thing. Argita refused to do so. Zean lifted the sword, and near him became an Arya. Our conductor smiled ominously and said that everything would not be as easy as Zean thought. Their time was exhausted. Zean lifted his head in surprise. Zean and Arya looked around and noticed that the soldiers were behaving strange, and then suddenly began to fight with each other. Zean and Arya began his back to the back, feeling disgusting from how the monsters with the help of a bell overshadowed the minds of soldiers. Now these soldiers obeyed the monsters and had to fight Zean and Arya. Suddenly, angry Claire rushed to attack Zean. Zean reflected all the attacks of Claire and wondered, is there no magic that would remove this negative impact? There was only one bottle of holy water in the area, and they did not know how much time the bell could protect them. Arya reached forward and began to spell. Zean and Claire stood side by side. The Claire sword was covered with ice crystals from the magic of Ari. At some time, Claire suddenly fell to the ground. Claire lay still on the ground. All her limbs were the Arya's. The battle of soldiers continued around the boys. They discussed that Arya used the last holy water to Claire, and now they need to think of how to help others. The statement stared forward. The next moment he said the spell, and huge black wings grew out of his back. The feathers of these wings rose into the air, turning around. Zean was in the air, holding the sword firmly in one hand. He firmly stated that from now on the monster would no longer be able to play someone else's lives. Arget lifted his sword over his brothers and looked down. Alon looked away and smiled slightly, and Tarb stared at Zean. The driver looked forward, leaning. Anger burned in his eyes. He turned to the monsters and calmly stated that their days were already calculated. Arya reached forward. Before her appeared magical circles from which crystals grew. She hit them on soldiers, freezing them so that they could not harm each other. The soldiers tried to break the ice with swords. Ari turned and said that now the soldiers would not be able to move for a while. She looked in front of her and thought that until Zean was breaking the demonic bell, the soldiers would continue to attack each other. A huge frog attacked Haku with fire, which reduced its size, but Haku began to reflect her attacks. He said he would not allow the flame to touch his friends, and thanks to his magic, he turned the fire back towards the frog. The hawk looked at his friends and said that Zean could leave the baby to him, and he should destroy the bell as soon as possible. Arya looked at the boys with interest. Zean, staffing forward, stated in an angry that demons would pay for all his evil deeds. Zean rose into the air, unfolding his black wings and holding weapons in his hands. Tarb shouted with excitement that Zean was really going to attack them. Zean flew right on demons. Ilon noted that Zean has an element of darkness because he has black wings. Tar began to shout that Zean would easily win. He reached forward and began to spell, preparing to attack Zean. Zean raised his hand up and then put it in front of him, creating a magical sphere that reflected all the attacks of Tarb. Tarb felt because he could not understand how Zean managed to distract him. Zean was strongly rushed forward, holding his sword and sphere. Zean rushed forward, began to formulate the magical words formally, and then waved his sword, and his attacks flew directly to Tarb. All Zean attacks hit Tarbu. The body of the Tarbi gradually broke into pieces and blood flowed from it. Argit, agitated, exclaimed the name of his brother. Zeon na чорних крилах стрімко наблизився до одноокого Altena. Alten smiled and noted that Zeon should not be so bragged. Now they will see whose magic will be stronger. After these words, Alten stretched his hands forward, and a magical sphere shone between his palms. Alten looked at Zean with one eye and then began to speak magical spells. A large dark ball appeared from Alten's magical sphere, which rapidly headed to Zean hanging in the air. Zean was inside the black sphere. Alten, smiling, reported that in this dark all 5 feelings of the dearest will be blocked and impossible to get out of here. With the sphere itself began to sound strange sounds. The next moment Zean takes his hand and the magic ball disappears. A sword appears in his hand. Altan was very surprised to see that Zean had been released. He cannot understand how Zean succeeded. Zean stayed in the air, looking at the demons, and loudly stated that this darkness was not terrible. The magic used by Alten is too weak. The magic of Zean himself is much more powerful, so he effortlessly dispelled the darkness of Alten. Zean pulled his hand forward and said the spell. A lot of holes appeared in front of him, from which the tentacles jumped out. Alten quickly lifted the shield, but the tentacles broke him and pierced Alten through. Argus watched with anxiety as Zean was hanging in the air, and Alten began to fall down. Stunned and frightened, Argus whispered that Zean is an ordinary man, but Zean just looked at him and calmly replied that it did not matter. Argus hangs over Zean and confidently stated that no one would be able to prevent him from destroying the rotor, and after that he would become one of the 10 generals of demons. Zean looked at Argita calmly and reminded that when the boys went to the city, they had already seen many dead people. Zean looked at Argita and asked if all these people had been killed by demonic brothers. Argit smiled ominously and confirmed it. Zean looked at him strictly. Arguite looked at Zean strictly and demanded that he had such power. He asked if he had taught him the dark magic hero AKS. On this, Zean only lowered his eyes silently. Zean opened his wings. In his hand, he held the sword firmly and asked why he to learn magic from acts, if he was an act. He looked at Argita strictly and said that his real name was Zajan Akom. Argit was scared if Zean was definitely joking. Zean confidently replied that Argit was not suitable for the role of a new general of darkness, whom he himself won 2 months ago. These words were severely angry, and he rushed to Zean with an attack. The driver raised his hand in front of him and began to spell. He stopped, and several dark areas appeared in front of him, one of which he held in his hand. Zean looked forward and said he intended to return the dark balls that absorbed the flames, their owner. In the next moment, Zean began to spell. Argit reached forward and said the spell. A round magical shield appeared in front of him. After that, Argit virtually stated that it did not matter whether the hero in front of him or someone else. In any case, Zean is just a person, and he cannot compare with Argit. Argit raises his arms up and begins to wither. A magical ball appears above it. Argit sounds loudly so that Zean runs away while he still has a chance. An ominous smile appears on Argus's face, and he says that his strongest magic is inevitably overtaken and burned all his enemies. A bright light flashes over Argus, and Zean is breaking in the air and watching Argus's actions closely. Zean hangs in the air, calmly saying that it would not be easy to absorb Argit's magical power. Argit could not understand why Zean was behaving so cold. Then Argit reached forward and attacked Zean. Attacking, Argenti hit Zean, and only his silhouette was visible in the glow of bright light. Argenti looked at Zean and said with anger that he had reached his own, although even ACS could not resist his magic. Argus opened his wings, and a huge cloud of fire and smoke grew in front of him. He looked fiercely at the enemies, and proclaimed loudly that whom the hero of darkness was, after his magic from Zean, would not remain a trace. The next moment of the flame disappears, and in front of our eyes there is a zone. It is dressed in a black armor with a fiery sword in his hands, and behind his back, black wings are unfolded. Seeing Zean in armor, Argus felt fear, and Zean went up and stood above him. Zean explained that he used the protective type of force that creates a black armor. Argus begins to crawl and throws fiery balls from Zean. He screams that Zean does not fit closer because he is a real monster, but all Argus attacks are powerlessly broken into the strong armor of Zean. The next moment, Zean appears with a burning sword in his hands. He rapidly pierces us with his blade. Wide wings were straightened behind his back. After the attack of Zean from the mouth, the blood flowed. Zean looked at Argus stubbornly and said that he should remain alive because he had not yet caused someone's death. Then the Zean firmly took the sword with both hands and began to wither. Zean in the black armor with a fiery sword in his hands moved to Argus. As he flew up, he approached his enemy and hit him with a sword, cutting through the body of Argus in half. The Zean in black armor, holding the sword, flies up, and Argit's body falls into fire and gradually turns into ashes. Arya lifted her eyes up and saw Zean flying in the sky. Then she sat next to Claire and said that Zean managed to cope with the demons, and it was a great news. Haku stood in front of a burning frog and glad because now this creature would not hurt anyone anymore. Arya ran to Kak and praised him for the courage and then thanked Ziona with him for his help. At this point, Zean paid attention to them. The warriors supported each other. Claire sat gloomy. Then he confessed that when he came under the control of the monsters, he was embarrassed. Arya began to reassure him, reminded that the most important thing is the health of his comrades, and now everything is fine. The boys approached Claire from his team and began to support him, shouting the words of encouragement. From this between the guys, they got a hug. The hawk praised each other for a well-done work. Zean approached, touched his shoulder, and noticed that he seems a little tired. Claire approached Zean and thanked him for the salvation. Seeing Zean struggled with the demons, Claire doubted his own forces. Zean did not understand the words of Claire and was lost. Claire tensed and went closer to Zean. Then he asked if there was some question in Claire. Claire leaned to Zean and whispered quietly in his ear, asking if he was the hero owner of the axe. Zean raised his hands in front of him and immediately denied. Claire looked at him carefully, and Zean lowered his eyes down. Claire smiled and said he understood everything. That's where their conversation ended. The boys shook each other's hands. The haka with Arya was observed at all on the side. Zean stared forward and smiled. Cheyenne, Arya, and Haka stood in front of the king. The king reached forward, pointed to them, and praised for their courage. People around began to clap their hands and shout joy. Claire stood next to the king, and Zean was near the Arya. The man informed that all the guys agreed to divide the reward equally because they just saved people. Zean looked at the king, raised his hand on his part, holding a small bag, and said that he had bought food. It is a stock of it in advance, so transportation and storage will not cause any problems. The king nodded approvingly and gave his consent. The boys left the hall where the king was sitting with the queen and went along the corridor, but suddenly they stopped, hearing that someone knocked down Zean from their feet. Claire approached the boys and smiled, saying that he decided to join them because they were already going to leave the city. Claire stretched out Zione's bag and said he wanted to give her metal knives. The blades of these knives are impregnated with insect poison, so they should help destroy monsters. Zean listened carefully to the clergy, holding this bag with knives. The boys were looking at each other, and Claire wished them a good journey and said they would soon meet again. Zean also hoped for a new meeting. Then everyone shook their hands and said goodbye. The hook happily sings the tail and sings something under the nose. The boys cross the bridge, and Zean holds a small purse. The hook licks, and Arya tells something, closing his eyes. Friends are discussing the reward and smiling satisfied. Zean stopped, seeing a fairy tale to which he had previously saved his life. He lowered his ears and paws and said with sadness in his voice that he was very lucky. The wounds were cured. The man with his ears and paws hugged the girl and thanked the boys for saving her. In response, Zean smiled warmly to him. When everyone was already at the city gate, the same man, along with his accompaniment, stood and watched how they went on. The hook was confidently leading forward. Friends were far from the city. They stood on the hill. Hackett said that Zean is a real hero who inspires others to great deeds. Arya, with one hand, supported the hair that was spreading the wind. Zean looked down and was surprised. She remained calm, though he was embarrassed by Kaki's words. The driver raised his hand to the face and said it was time to decide where they would go on. Kaki agreed with his proposal. The Shunenhacha stood in front of the Arya. Haku asked if Arya wanted to fly with him in search of Zeon's magical crystals. Arya thought for a moment and then leaned her hand. She crossed her hands on her chest and sadly answered that, being a heroine, she could not walk wherever she pleased. Zeon supported her choice, but Arya waited from him completely different words. Zeum assured that there was no better partner than Arya. Arya is strongly red. She looked at Zeon, thinking that he may want her to go with them. Zeon reacted to Army warm and openly. She closed her eyes, and her cheeks became even more blush. Arya went a few steps from Zeon and said that she had to return to the capital first, and then she would follow the boys. Zeum was surprised to ask Arya if she was really going to leave the work of the hero. The Arya confidently confirmed and added that she had already found a successor. Everyone looked at her in surprise, and Arya smiled, and there was a hack next to her. Arya smiled and said that it was better to help friends nearby than to give themselves for thousands of strangers. Zeon smiled gently in response, put an Arya's hand on his head, looked at her in the eye, and thanked her sincerely for that decision. Arya was ashamed, but still smiled. Zeon and Haku went one road and Arya the other. They said goodbye and wished each other a happy road. Arya was near the river. She jumped with stones through the water, thinking that she had not understood her purpose before, but now she decided to join Zeon and travel with him. Arya jumped and exclaimed joyfully. Arya was on the opposite bank. She exhaled and realized that while she is alone, she must hold herself in her hands and tolerate. Arya looked around and saw someone running to her. She was very surprised and did not understand what was happening. The hacker stopped nearby and asked where Arya was going. Arya, with a smile, answered Haku, who stood in front of her, which went to the kingdom of Valency. Haku said they were going there too. Arya smiled again, looking at him. Haku looked at the hawk. At the same moment, Zeon jumped out of the hack and stood on one knee. Arya stopped in front of him, struck and surprised. Zeon reached out to Arya and suggested joining them because the company was just free. Zeon smiled and looked at the Arya. Arya thanked and agreed to Zeon's proposal. After that, she put her hand on his shoulder. Zeon and Arya eventually recorded the hack. Arya barely restrained laughter, but still did not stay and, laughing, said that the boys played the stage perfectly. Zeon clumsily scratching his back and confessing that it had persuaded him. The hook quickly glanced at the peon. Arya was discontinuing and blushing, but she was glad that the boys still agreed to go with her. Shion and the hack raised the thumbs up, showing that everything is fine. Then Shion suggested Arya's to hold on to him. The Arya took her hands over the hack, and her hair began to flutter in the wind. Zeon was riding on the hack and looking forward. Arya was holding his cloak. Her face was blushing, but gradually a light smile appeared on her lips. Friends raced through the field with flowers, and the high mountains were visible in front. The boys were among the rocky landscape. Arya explained that to complete the hero's path, the king's approval was needed. The hacker, looking at the mountains, noted that they would have to travel for several days. He suggested staying at night in the nearest village. Zean agreed to the proposal of the hacker. The boys moved on, and Arya put her hand on her chest and confessed that she had long dreamed of washing her clothes. Zean turned to Arya and noted that her clothes almost had no smell. Haku immediately told Zean that it is not necessary to speak the girl. So the guy was at the pond. Arya was admired by the picturesque place. She decided to check that there was a monster in the water. She carefully touched the water with her hand and looked closely. There was no one in the pond. The Zean began to take off his clothes and asked Arya to put it on the ground. Seeing Zean without clothes, Arya was confused. Her cheeks were swollen, and she turned away, trying not to look in his direction. Arya began to be even more nervous, and Zean, meanwhile, dropped his clothes and ran to the water. The hack rushed after him, shouting that the statement should be washed. As a result, Zean and Haku were in the water. Arya watched the boys had fun. She sighed heavily and raised Zean's things from the ground. Arya shouted loudly to the boys that she would wash her clothes elsewhere so they should not come there. The boys swam into the water and replied that they understood everything. Arya made her clothes and began to wash him. She then pulled her clothes on the rope so that he dry faster. The Arya turned and looked thoughtfully at the shiny water. Then she blushed, approached the water, and confessed that she decided to be a little scared. It pushes off the shore and jumps into the water. Eating, she exclaims joyfully. She really liked swimming. The boys came out of the water and began to wipe. Zean turned away and confessed that he had completely forgotten washing. Comrades noticed how a large bunch of clothes were dry on the ropes and came closer. The boys looked at each other and began to discuss that they had not heard anything about Arya for a long time. They were noticeably nurtured, sharing anxious views. Birds circled over the trees. She did not say the hack that she was going to look for Arya. Zean walked through the forest and called Arya's. Sweat drops appeared on Zean's face, and he frowned. Zean looked carefully at every bush that happened on the way. Then he excitedly scratched the back of the head and once again called Arya. Arya was all in water drops, and Zean stood near the trees. They looked at each other, and their cheeks dug a blush. Zean began to be nervous and tried to explain his actions. Arya hurried to cover herself with her hands and then exclaimed that she was very ashamed and clenched her palm into his fist. Oral hit Zean directly into his face, and he shouted at him as the birds flew into the sky. At this time, Haku sat with the monkeys, causing fruit when suddenly heard a strange, incomprehensible sound. Arya looked at Zean with a guilty look and apologized for her act. Zean began to scratch his head nervously and apologized before Arya. Haku smiled, and altogether they tasted a dish that was prepared on a fire. He thought that the clothes were already dry and Zean and Arya finally coped with their problem. The Hook rushes the hills like a faithful horse, while the main character and Arya's were comfortable on his back. The beast reports that this mountain is already located in the border post of Welancia, and asks the hero whether it is worth speeding up. And Zean, on the contrary, offers a little rest, and Arya agrees with him. She says the hack runs along the mountain trails in the morning and is very worried about his condition, so she also asks to pause. Seeing friends insist on vacation, the hack eventually agrees. After that, the boys stop and decide to fry the meat on the fire. When the food is a little browned over the flames, Arya favorably transmits a piece of beast, and he wants to be delicious. The hero remembers the words of one person, and notes that the journey through the mountains was delayed more than he expected. According to him, it was very difficult to replenish food in the villages, and moreover, from time to time there were monsters that they had to fight. After that, he confesses that he hopes he will be enough food, but still warns they will need to resume supplies even before they arrive in the kingdom. At this point, Gawk waves with a paw, wipes the muzzle, and assures that you should not worry. He says with a smile that he is happy now and believes that they will have enough food for another week. Then Huck confesses that he ate so much that his stomach crashed, and from there they even heard loud grunts. Zean thought that something was wrong with his hearing, and he was awakened by his back. The bee said sadly about it, and Arya laughed aloud. The hero notes that the roar of the hacker was too loud, and the girl laughs even louder. Noticing this, the beast is also alert and begins to think why such a noise arose. The Zean notes that after such work, people often eat a lot, and it is not surprising because the break lasted for a very long time. Then he turns to Arya, asking him to bring him food. She agrees and promises to treat the beast with delicious meat. The Hap decided to offer hunting together, but Zean with Arya was asked to stay. They wanted to thank him first, and then quickly hid behind the bushes. After that, the beast fades for a moment, and then feels sad. He confesses that it would be easier for him if at least someone stayed nearby. Tears appear in the eyes, and it rolls with a ball near the tree. A little time passed, and it was already lying on the grass, holding a butterfly on the nose. He became very boring, so Huck decided to go to the boys, though they asked to wait. Suddenly, the Hook feels an unfamiliar smell, and at the same moment the butterfly takes off from his nose. It becomes clear to him that it is the smell of a monster that is already going here. The angry beast exclaims loudly that he noticed the enemy and boldly invites him to leave the shelter. After that, another animal came out of the bushes, which Hawk had not seen before. He notices that it is a white boar and immediately realizes that he has a strong opponent. Huck thinks that this enemy wants to attack, using only his power, so he decides that a little magic will definitely not hurt. However, Boker replies that he has no desire to fight, and is surprised that the beast is able to talk. He then asks where he learned it, and then the beast tells that he was once a pet, but was kicked out. HEC does not trust this situation, because he does not understand why he was released if he was grown as well. However, he is glad that at least he has died. They need to consult a specialist to find out if the boar attacks people if they retreat. The boar replies that this is not the case, and then the horse says they are not enemies. Therefore, he allows the boar to go further, for which he thanks sincerely. Then, to thank, he decides to show them the way and says that she leads to a secret dungeon. According to him, there you can replenish the stocks and be successful. And Hakok's eyes immediately lit up with admiration. Subsequently, he finds the entrance to the same hidden dungeon, which he mentioned VPR, and goes to his first level. The Hook notices that it is quite easy here and sees that Boar smells to the right, so he decides to move left. He manages to take a few steps, as suddenly the arrows fly from somewhere and one after the other cut into his body, then break. The Hook is thinking he probably called these traps himself, and he decides there should definitely be something delicious. Then the Hook descends to the second level of the hidden dungeon, where absolute darkness prevails. He realizes that even with his wonderful vision, he sees no ray of light. Suddenly, the Hook notices someone's eyes, but does not have time to do anything like something grabs him for the body and starts biting. After that, the Hook begins to shout that he is not their food and uses the red fox fiery dance. Little creatures begin to scream and move back. The beast finally notices them and understands that the goblins in front of him. Seeing how many gathered, he thinks, is it really the easy prey that you can hunt how much the soul desires, as the boar said? But he suddenly recalls that goblins' meat is quite tasteless. It is very bitter, and even after cooking or frying, it cannot be eaten. Then he decides that he apparently simply wandered where he should. When the Hook enters the third level of the secret dungeon, he notices a strange chest. He should put his paw on the lid as the evil goblin jumps out and begins to scream again. Suddenly, goblins that are about to attack the monster are also jumping out of other chests. The hack is surprised because the chests are hiding monsters, but still does not lose hope. He hopes that somewhere he will find delicious meat or fruit. After a while, at the fourth level, he meets goblins again, but this time their cries are different from those that were before. At the second level, Hack finds nothing new for itself, but at the eighth level, again faces the goblins, and decides that this is the end. Then he became angry, and began to be angry with the boar, thinking that he had deceived him. The hack ran out of the dungeon, and shouting that he was sent to the den, where only goblins reached the lawn, on which the boar itself slept calmly. The beast shouts that he was deceived because there is no food at all. Sleepy Boar is calm that food is still there. Hokuk notes what to eat there because only goblins around. And at that moment, the sleepy beast opens his eyes. The boar begins not to understand why the hack does not like goblins so much, but becomes even angry and replies that they do not believe that they are delicious. He adds, "With such force as he has can be hunted on ordinary animals." But Boar says it does not taste the meat of rabbit or wolf. Then he confesses that when he eats goblin meat, his whole body begins to tremble. Then the hook concludes that Boars had poisoned goblin meat and is very scared of it. Boar approaches him as if fascinated and invites him to go with him, promising that he will understand which goblins are delicious. But the beast immediately recedes and shouts that it will not agree to it. The hook turns to Zean and Arya, asking them to listen. But when they return to it and say they have brought delicious meat, the beast notices a pile and a few dead goblin behind their backs. Suddenly, the hawk screams with horror because he understands that his friends were also poisoned by goblin's meat, as well as Boar. The hero replies that he did not do it, and explains that they were killed by the goblins during the attack. Arya adds that edible meat, namely beef, lies a little further. The hawk is glad that people still have normal tastes. Suddenly from the back of Hoka runs out a boar and in a sniff notices something like the goblin traces on the ground. Hack starts shouting immediately, declares that it is enough, and in a panic escapes. Zean with Arya looks at each other, not understanding why he reacted so much. Subsequently, the boys went on the road again. The hook noted that this road should be the outpost of the kingdom of Valens. He also wondered if he would allow him to cross the border. He suggests that if you call it improvised beast, there will be no problems. He also recalls that they have a water hero and hopes everything will be fine. Hook understands that it is about Arya, and together with the hero noticed that she suddenly became very quiet. When they looked at her, they noticed that the girl fell asleep quietly. The boys thought she was looking very cute and smiling at each other. Suddenly, everyone hears the cries of a man who drives someone. Arya wakes up and asks what happened, and then notices giant spiders. Looking closer, the boys notice a girl among themselves and decide to save her. The hook points out that she does not look like an adventure look, and the hero invites everyone to take on one spider. One of the monsters releases the areas of the web, which makes a characteristic sound, but the girl cleverly evades and shouts that she predicted this attack. After that, she grabs the icy sword and calls for the opponent to show what he is capable of. After that, the girl strongly strikes the monster with her icy sword directly into the face. This blow becomes crucial for him. The spider throws away, and it makes the last sound. At this point, the protagonist unfolds black wings and flies high into the sky above his enemy. Then he begins to shoot a spider, and his shells punch a lot of holes in the monster's body. Meanwhile, Hacker involves the third spider and is surprised. Why are these creatures attacked to the last instead of escaping? After a fierce fight, the boys win all the monsters. They approach the girl, and Arya asks if she is injured. The stranger replies that everything is fine with her, and, smiling, assures them that nothing wrong has happened. Suddenly she notices that the hero of the water is mentioned in the aria and decides to find out. In response, she is confirmed by her guess. Then the stranger tells that she saw it a few years ago in Valencia and adds that he was going from there. Arya looks up at the girl who has just been attacked by the monsters and asks where her protection is. It is sad to this girl that she cannot afford, because she earns a living with divination, and she has very little money. Suddenly, she grabs Arya's and asks to go with her to the rotor standing beyond. After that, she confesses that she left her husband, and maybe now he is looking for her. Arya proposes to hold a stranger to the nearest village, but recalls that they are also in a hurry. Then the hero promises to protect the stranger from her husband and proposes to return to Valennes first, but the woman categorically refuses to return there. She says it is better to go to the mountains alone. After that, the hawk proposes to simply go on his way. The hero agrees with him, deciding not to force the girl to what she does not want. But the stranger suddenly rushes to the Ari, begging to stop. She asks if Arya is really going to throw a defenseless woman so easily, and eventually asks not to leave her here. The hero decided to go inspect the border pledge, thinking that the man of this stranger would have to cross the border if he went in search of her. The girl seriously asked if Arya would stay with her, and Zean replied that so. After that, Zean and Kak went on a journey. The first spoke Zean. He asked the friend that he thinks about the glow. The hack just shrugged, looked up, and confessed that he really did not trust her, thinking about something of his own. The heroine remembers how she almost died of a monster, but still wants to go to the mountains. She suspects that he actually has other reasons not to go back. Suddenly, the hook notices a few men running directly on him. He says that the audience needs to find a fortune teller. One of them turns to the hero and asks whether he saw here a woman who looks like a fortune teller. Zean replies that he saw it and adds that his friend now looks after her. Then the man says that this is very serious because she is a criminal and is a gang that deals with bodies. Hearing this, the hero immediately changes on his face and again addresses them. At this point, the girl turns to Arya and proposes to tell her the future with her boyfriend. However, Arya immediately replies that this hero is not a guy. Then the fortune teller says that he still sees Arya is in love with him and claims that she is never mistaken in such cases. Then the girl promises to predict the fate of Arya. She gets cards and asks Arya to pull out two. This time, Arya still agrees and extends his hand. Arya gets the cards, and the fortune teller explains. The first card opens the state of mind. She immediately concludes that darkness settled in the soul of the hero. He probably suffered a beloved or just lost her. The girl realizes that she was not mistaken. Zean really lost the bride and now lives with this pain. But the fortune teller adds that this does not mean that Zean and Arya have no chance of being together. She reports that there is a key to his heart somewhere. According to her, the second map describes the girl. The fortune teller explains that it depicts a girl who is given the clean water to her lover. Arya points out that this may mean compatibility. However, the fortune teller replied that she would not say anything just. She asked the girl to persuade the hero to take her to the roader when he came. In this case, she promised to tell about their compatibility. Arya's eyes shone with curiosity, and she immediately agreed. After that, the fortune teller noted that everything would depend on the result, but did not have time to finish her opinion. She was sharply interrupted by someone's cries. The hack points to her, referring to the people who followed him. Then the hero asks Arya, "Is it okay with her?" But suddenly she says that she did not expect that Zean would come back so quickly and snatch his weapon. She puts the knife to the throat of Arya and orders her not to move. The girl believes that it will be difficult to get out of this situation, even if she is a hero. Arya inquirements asks what is happening. Suddenly, men around screaming and calling her witch. But the girl asks them to remain silent. She adds that even if she goes with them, she still awaits death. After that, she orders the boys to throw their weapons and warns, if they do not obey, she will kill the Arya. The hero understands that the situation is very complicated and decides to take advantage of the black hand skill. The black tentacles instantly clamped the seer without letting it move. Zean orders her to give up because she must be responsible for her actions. The seizure realizes that it is no longer possible to escape, which is why it behaves boldly and indecently. Finally, men take the offender. Saying goodbye to the boys, The hero confesses that he is wondering how this woman was able to gain the confidence of Arya so quickly. The hook also asks how it happened. After that, the monster adds that he has heard about the incredible accuracy of her prediction of love and begins to think about why she has financial difficulties. Arya solidifies with surprise, and at that moment, Hook suddenly realizes that she said something good for him. But then she agrees with Hoko and says that the fortune teller had once warned her. Then the beast notes that Arya was still a girl and decides that she probably predicted love. Suddenly, the hero has a true interest. He asks the girl to tell you more about it. However, Arya replies that he cannot share this story because if she tells him, he will not come true. The boys rise to increase and begin to watch the weather. The HOC notes that visibility does not improve. Arya adds that raining in Valencia is a common thing. Then the hero, noticing that the rain will start at night, he offers to find a place for the night. The girl says that there is a church near the hotel where you can spend the night and offers to stay there today. Zean agrees that this is a good idea, and Gook supports it with a smile. After a short rest, the hero invites everyone to go to church, and he decides to guard so that others can sleep quietly. Arya thanks him, calling the gentleman, and is comfortable with the hack. After a while, they fall asleep, and the hero notices that it happened very quickly. Seeing Arya and Hawks pressed each other, the hero smiles because he seems to him this picture is very sweet. He notices that his friends are very tired, and is happy with the fact that he and the girl became friends with the monster. But suddenly, the hero feels someone's presence behind his back and looks around. He decides to go down, knowing that he will not be able to use magic to identify danger. Since night now, he has a slight feeling of hunting instinct. Because of this, he thinks if someone has conceived something wrong against him or his friends. Suddenly, Zean looks away and notices familiar pits in the ground. He is immediately alert, grabs a sword with the hope that his suspicions will be false. At the same time, a giant worm suddenly appears behind the hero from the earth. He widely opens his mouth, but the hero has time to notice the danger, quickly rotates and protects his weapon. The monster tries to hit Zean but only falls on the ground. The guy has time to bounce back. After that, he quickly hides in one of the pits. The hero notes for himself that the worm is really very smart, but suddenly notices something more. He notices that in the belly of the monster is unbroken prey, and, judging by the size, thinks it is either a cow or a pig. But then, he confesses to himself that it may well be a person. In this situation, Zean decides not to use explosive magic against the monster. Instead, he listens carefully to how he moves underground and tries to determine his exact place so that when the monster attacks, cut off part of his body. But suddenly it stops when the worm breaks out of the ground to attack and swallow it. At the same time, Zean jumps forward and cuts the monster's body into several parts. They all fall to the ground and begin to drain. The hero looks carefully at the thickest place of the body, hoping to see a cow or pig there, and then carefully makes a neat cut. Unlike their expectations, a man, all covered with mucus, falls out of this body. Zean sees it and understands that the situation is very bad. But then he notices that a man has solid armor. It makes Zean suggest that he may still be alive. The hero removes the helmet and notices that although he remained alive, he lost consciousness. He cautiously turns to the man and touches his face. At this point, he suddenly comes to his senses and exclaims with fright. He asks what happened, and Zean tells him that the worm had swallowed, and he was in the stomach of the monster. After that, he carefully asks if he had lost his memory. He replies that no, and tells how he walked the road to Waylesh when he decided to rest a little, but he was attacked by a worm. Further, the man confesses that he believed too much in his own strength, thought that armor would protect him, and admit that it was a mistake. Then he tells her that the church on the border where he is now is a very dangerous place. The heroine immediately changes on the face and quickly asks him again. After that, Zean says he is not going to ask for salvation, but just wants to answer his question. He asks, would he be 8 if he failed? The man decides to share one secret with the hero and asks not to tell anyone. He confesses that he has a special talent to find hidden rooms and traps. He confesses that this church seemed to him very suspicious, so he went there for curiosity to look at the night. There, the man came across a hidden room and began to explore it. The cellar of the church had many weapons and armor, including specimens with traces of fresh blood. But the worst discovery awaited ahead. He found a little more horrible. The hero immediately understands that it is about the ear of the elf, and focused, with anxiety, clarifying it, because he knows hunting for elves is strictly forbidden everywhere. The man says that there were false rumors once. If you use the alpha elf, you can create an elixir that prolongs life. He adds that in ancient times there was a war broke out between the elves and the people who hunted them. The man said that the church became a refuge for dangerous people, so he quickly left this place. The hero suggested that the priest was behind it, and the interlocutor replied that according to rumors, that good man, although the suspicion of the hero was clear to him. At that moment, Zean's friends were already gathering near him. The hook asks what happened in his absence, and Arya confesses that she was very worried about him and clarifies where he went. The man immediately recognizes the girl's water heroine. He is very scared and wonders why she travels with Zean. Seeing this, he realizes that everything is very bad and escapes, and also asks the hero not to tell anyone about what happened. The Sound is a little surprised by such a reaction and asks Sion whether they confused him with some monster. After that, he decides to tell his friends everything. Subsequently, the raspberry assumes that the priest may be one of the gang members, and the hero agrees because he believes that people of different professions can enter the gang to be easier to hide from others. Arya also suggests that these people may be associated with some antisocial organization from its country. One day, she heard rumors that this church could serve as a refuge for criminals. Therefore, her mentor, together with the soldiers, searched the building. The girl explains that as a result, they did not find anything and think that everything was well hidden. Then the hero draws attention to the fact that through the location of the church on the border, it is easy to transfer to the city. He then turns to Arya and asks that she will do if it turns out that this priest belongs to the gang. The girl makes a serious facial expression, lowers her head, and says that in this case, she has to arrest him. Suddenly, a hack joins her, promising to help. Hearing this, the hero agrees, because this girl is their girlfriend. Arya crossed her hands on her chest and thanked her friends with warm words. Then she turned her back, trying to restrain her feelings after realizing that Zean called her her friend for the second time. After that, the boys went to the hotel. Standing on a small hill and looking at the building, the protagonist says that he will first go there to find out if there is a free space for the night. Arya agrees with him, realizing that her face is too recognizable, and the owner can suspect something and refuse them. The hack soothes her, saying that he should not worry about him. He can spend the night in the stable. The hero approaches the building and tells his friends that not everything is lost. You should try to negotiate. Then he knocks on the door and asks if there is someone there. Going inside the building, Zean notices that several people welcome him immediately. Seeing an elderly man and a woman, he decides that they are a couple. When their children appear, Zean guesses it is a family business. Suddenly, the hook looks from the door and welcomes everyone. The man, glad that this is a familiar animal, says they have no guests today. He invites guys to stay. The owner then adds that the hook, as a temporary animal, should remain in the stall. The hero agrees with this and reports that his partner Arya will remain with him. After that, the girl begins to wave her husband's hand and seems like Arya Micheletta. It is very scared of him, and he begins to mutter something unclear and ask himself. The owner decides to clarify if she came with one of the adults. She replies that no, and explains that she just came here to the capital. Then the girl is wondering if she will not interfere with them, and the man assures that this is not a problem. The hero notices that the owner, seeing Arya, was surprised in the same way as the guy in the armor. It begins to alarm him. Suddenly, the man approaches the guys and asks the owner if they really have guests. He says he heard other people's voices and then seems to say that he is the master and priest of this church. The hero also calls his name and then represents a hook and Arya. The owner notes that there is a strong beast near Zean and welcomes the hero of the water. He then tells the boys that they can examine the church if they want and suggests that they spend them in the chapel. In response, Zean and Arya thank him sincerely. The owner tells that pilgrims who pray here for salvation here often come to this church. The hero casts a look away and sees a girl on his knees. He concludes that there is only a priest and sister now in the temple. Then the owner says that he believes in fate and asks the boys not to be shy about going if they need something. Although they are familiar for a long time, he promises to do everything possible to help them. Arya notices what kind of good and sincere. When they go outside, they notice that it is quite dark around. Then the sound proposes to go to the stable, and others advise you to go to the hotel. Suddenly, the protagonist says that at night he plans to examine this church and asks the beast to closely monitor the aura staff and the priest, just in case. The hook asks him to be careful and says goodbye. Rain begins. Zean takes its weapon in the cover and reports the Aryas that the operation begins. After that, he uses the spell and adds, if he does not return in 3 minutes, the girl may think that something happened to him. In this situation, she promises to help, and both begin to believe that everything will be fine. After that, the hero moves closer to the church and uses magic to reveal those present. This is exactly how he understands that neither the priest nor the sisters in the chapel. The Zean decides to climb the room next to the chapel. Seeing many bookcases around, he realizes that he got to the library. Judging by the data he received, the guy assumes that he should be easy to go down to the basement. The hero recalls that the desired device should be on the 3rd shelf below. After pushing one of the books, he finds what he was looking for. He clicks on the button, and then the bookcase begins to move, opening the secret passage. Behind himself, Zean notices the stairs leading into the basement. He remembers the guy's words in armor and hopes that there will be no traps, because everything happens exactly as he said. When the hero goes down to the basement, he notices a bunch of weapons, various equipment, and even charming objects. Considering all this, he is wary of what he saw. But when he passes by, his gaze changes sharply, because the same elves appear before him. Zean recalls that there are no elves in the kingdom of Valency, and it comes to the conclusion that they were brought from afar or bought from someone. Suddenly, the hero notices a closed chest in the room, which the guy and the knight were not even mentioned. He guesses that something is forbidden here, and decides to check it. At that moment, Arya lies on the bed and shakes his feet. She sighs hard, thinking about how bored to stay in the room. Arya is thinking that Zean never gets in a truly dangerous situation. She understands that she, as his companion, only has to wait. Still, Arya convinces himself, if he has difficulties, she will definitely come to his aid. The girl imagines how a hero, seeing her devotion, confesses to her in love, and makes her offer of hands and hearts. From these thoughts, Arya cannot resist in place and begins to spin from side to side, and suddenly hears strange cries. She instantly picks up and thinks that it is a cry. But then Arya realizes that the voice is too piercing and begins to suspect this mandrake. The mandragora in appearance is no different from ordinary grass, but if you pull it out of the ground, you can see a root similar to a small person who will cut out loud. If you hear this cry is close, you can get severe headache, nausea, and sometimes it even leads to death. The girl suddenly notices that she worked with a trap with mandragora and guesses that she could be put in a treasure chest to injure the one who opens it. Then Arya realizes that even the Drian can suffer and decides that her turn is to act. She asks him just to wait a little. But as soon as she leaves the room, she is suddenly imposed on a magical blow. The girl is amazed with such a surprise and retreats. She is stopped by the owner of the tractor and asks where she goes, addressing her as a respected guest. Arya immediately captures his mood and then notices his wife next to him. The owner tells them that he has no desire to fight the girl. However, he explains that he was ordered to kill her if she tries to leave the room. Arya looks carefully at him and notices that a man has an unusual eye color. She immediately guessed what it means, the influence of light magic, and the man, smiling, said that he expected it. However, he noted that even an experienced hero would not be easy to cope in such darkness, especially against two opponents. He calls these circumstances perfect to kill the hero and then adds that they have their own reasons for this. The girl immediately guesses that they belong to some antisocial organization, similar to the one in which the priest was, and asks about it. But the woman says he is a good chat and suggests killing Arya. The man agrees with her, and they rush together at the Arya. The owner calls the girl the king's chain dog and says she will have to die. However, the girl turns to the icy sword and asks him to show her strength. At the same moment, a sword appears in her hand. Arya seriously asks the man and the woman to let her go to Zean. The owner of the arrival with his wife sneaks to the girl on different sides. The man warns her so that they do not underestimate them, because in the past they were the adventurers of the rank B. He assures that if they can defeat even Overna, then they will only cope with a man. The wife says that in this darkness they have already killed many people. After that, the man rushes to the girl, shouts that now she will die, and calls her a heroine. Arya has time to block the blow and take off the attack. The woman is not surprised at all, because she expected it. She tells her husband to apply a special technique, and he immediately agrees. But the girl apologizes and says she doesn't have time to do it. After these words, she spoke a special spell, and the owner, together with his wife, was currently current. They start screaming because the mucus has already absorbed them. When his wife tries to swing a weapon, Arya strikes her with a knife. She wins the woman, then approaches the man. She tells him that he will ask some questions, because there is little time. The girl is wondering where the light magician is, and suggests that he is a priest. The owner does not match her. Then Arya notices that the children sleep, but he notes that despite their young age, they are much stronger than their parents. He adds, "No matter how strong the creature is as it sleeps, it remains defenseless." At this point, the guy and the girl are going to attack a hake who sleeps in a stable. The guy turns to his sister, reminding her that their enemy is a real monster, and asks to be careful and not lose vigilance. She replied that she had already hid their smells, so she had nothing to worry about, and asked her brother not to be nervous. Then the girl added, if he has cut off his head, then he will still die. The two of them went to the stable. Then the guy said that if the swords are unable to help, he would have to use magic. The warriors are swollen by weapons and strike the body of the beast, but as their swords touch the hacks, the blades immediately break into pieces. The girl with the boy was very surprised and started panic. The guy suspects something wrong and suddenly recalls, the beast must be white. The sister agrees with him and notices that the fur has become brown and the body of the beast has increased. Then she yells that the guy would have already used magic. The guy agrees with her and immediately releases lightning arrows. The guy suggests that the spell has worked and the sister is asking if he is sure of it. Suddenly, the monster opens his mouth and begins to yawn. The children are very surprised and frightened. The hack then comes up and tells that he actually did not sleep at all. He recalls that he has not taken this form for a long time and asks himself an interesting question. How many damage will he be able to withstand? Children suddenly start screaming and falling to the ground. Then Gok tells them that when he turns into an oarfox, his eyes become truly evil. Here, the guy shouts his sister to retreat, and she agrees with him. They begin to run. But suddenly, the monster beats them with their tail, throwing both to the side. From a strong blow, their bodies break through the hole in the wall. Ha, with reproach, tells them that to wake guests in the middle of the night is impolite. Suddenly, he notices that something strange is happening behind the church building. Then he realizes that not only he behaves loudly. At this point, the owner and his sister, cleaning his throat, are surprised that the trap with the mandragora did not work. The girl looks at the clouds of dust and realizes that something important has happened. Suddenly, she begins to shout that Zean is coming. It is at this moment that a cloud of dust appears from a cloud of dark magic. The presenter confesses that he previously considered the hero of the water a serious obstacle, but now he sees that Zean was able to avoid this trap. He says it was very dangerous. If it were not dark, he would have got seriously. But then the hero decides to ask what his enemies seek, because Valencia is good power. The presenter says that the country should declare war and expand its lands, although it has already made peace with the hateful Orist. He further exclaims that the cowardly king was frightened by the hero of darkness. The hero says he understands the fear of the king. Because Gast himself has the magic of darkness and is dangerous, he adds that he would like to avoid a futile battle and offers the priest to surrender. But he replies that he will not do anything, because even if Zean is strong, it does not mean that he is insurmountable. Then the presenter uses his magic and calls himself a magician of light. At the same time, the magical protection of the hero disappears, and he realizes that the priest is still a skilled sorcerer because he was able to dispel the darkness. Suddenly, the hero exclaims that he is not afraid of a magician of darkness, especially when there is no magic. Zean confesses that his weak place is the magic of light. He understands that if this spell touches it, he will weaken and can no longer restore strength. Meanwhile, the presenter continuously attacks him, and the hero concludes that such attacks require a lot of mana. But the hero suddenly begins to doubt whether the priest really has so much mana when he notices a sister who uses his magic. Then he guesses that this sister passes on his priest. Then Zean uses the spell Firewall, showing the priest who has not only the magic of darkness, but also other types of magic. The hero asks him why he decided that he was not capable of such, but suddenly the sister turns to the owner and warns that he can die with such a pace because he already feels the fire hurts his body. The priest hurried to her and realized with horror that she could no longer use the magic of light. Suddenly, Zean dares to apply a dark hand spell. At the same moment, the black tentacles twist the girl and the boy, and they are loudly bursting with pain. The hero confesses that for the magician, the most dangerous enemy will be the magician of light, but immediately adds that the finale of any battle is decided not by the element, but by the skill of the sorcerer himself. After that, the events are transferred to the capital of the kingdom of Valens. There, the king welcomes the hero of the water and remembers that he has heard about her urgent case to him. The girl replies that yes, and adds that she has evidence that the church on the border of the kingdom has become a refuge for an antisocial organization. She adds that her comrades were detained by 6 members of this organization and asks the king to send soldiers immediately. The king recalls that her teacher also suspected this church and now realizes that these suspicions were unfounded. After that, the hero released the weapon and tells that all this gunman was stored in the basement. He explains that he has also found many forbidden things, such as elven products. He then also asks to immediately send the soldiers to the church, and the king thanks him for his help, but suddenly remembers that he had never heard his name before. The hero decides to introduce himself and begins to pronounce his name. But suddenly, Arya interrupts him and proclaims him, "This guy is Lama Chakal's villages," and adds that he is her friend. She is well aware that if everyone learns about his past as a hero of darkness, it can turn into problems for them. The king was a little surprised by such an unusual name, and the girl immediately said that she wanted to come tomorrow from another question, and took the hero with her. After that, they walk down the street. Zean turns to Arya and says that the name she gave him is not suitable. Arya agrees and admits that she understands it, because it is always difficult for her to invent names. Suddenly, several children run up and ask her to shake her hands. Following them, even more people gather with their children. Some ask her to hug the baby, others give the girl flowers, and the rest just welcome her to return to the capital. Suddenly, one of the Demets asks Arya whether she is already in their group, and the other children are interested in whether she travels only with the hero, thinking that he is her beloved. Arya immediately began to deny, explaining that Zean only saved her and was just a rescuer for her, but the children heard it and began to admire the hero for his act. Subsequently, they were joined by adults, supporting praise. Zean smiles gently, looking at the girl, and notices that the water hero is very popular here. But suddenly the girl says he is even more aware of her. Then they continue their journey, and the protagonist suggests going faster because the hacker is probably waiting for them. Suddenly, Arya remembers that her destination is already nearby and begins to run. Zean asks her if she needs to meet with a mentor to complete the hero's case. He recalls that he has already met the previous heroine of water. The girl also remembers that her name was Lynn, and adds that she was quite strange. She adds that it is better not to ask her about marriage at that age. Arya notes that Lynn is now 29, and she dreams of marrying up to 30, so she feels lost. The girl asks the hero not to seduce her, but he does not immediately understand why she said so. After a while, the boys approach a small house. Arya says they came and knocks on the door, turning to the teacher. She waits for a few seconds, but without waiting, decides that the teacher is not at home and begins to think that she drinks again. Arya tells that she just turns a little with alcohol. She becomes indifferent to all the guests around. After that, she begins to shout loudly that if the teacher does not appear now, she will tell everyone how his first love left him on the third day after dating. After that, the door of the house opens, and a girl in a big hat appears on the doorstep. She calls the protagonist's girlfriend loudly, addressing her name. Arya reminds her that she asked not to mention that event. Arya explains that she was threatened only because she did not leave the house at all, and asks whether it is possible to get inside to talk. The teacher understands that even if he refuses, Arya will still go. Suddenly, she draws attention to the hero and asks the student who this beautiful man is. But suddenly, Linus approaches him and kisses in the cheek, and then quickly rushes into the hero's arms and says she happily found her future husband. But suddenly, she begins to feel cold. Having departed from Zean, the teacher notices the Arya that stands between them. Arya advises her to sober up if she wants to live. After that, the boys go to the house and sit at the table. Linus says that they understand what they need and is surprised to learn that the hero is the same axe. She then remembers how Zean has repeatedly saved her and does not forget about his skills. The girl confesses that she would never think that a man like him would leave the hero's way. And Zean replies that he was betrayed by his comrades, so now he chooses his way in life. Arya says that she can be understood and explains that she will follow him by choosing Alion with her successor. However, the teacher replies that it is impossible, and it causes the girl's indignation. Then Lynn, squeezing his teeth from anger, explains that that girl fled with the boy. It is noticeably more and more angry. She adds that Alona would not return because she boasted as if she had found her man, and confessed that she wanted to kill her, but Arya reassures her, no one has to kill. She understands that the situation is still far from the ideal and thinks that her teacher will no longer become a hero. The teacher replies that now things are more important to her, but Arya quickly guesses. In fact, the teacher is going to look for a man. The girl promises that after this journey he will become a hero again and asks the linear to be a hero for her only for a while. The teacher asks how many years it will take and adds that during this time he can already be old. Hearing this, Arya realizes that he is unlikely to be able to persuade her and may have to look for a fled ally in herself. But suddenly, Lynn says that she has only one request for her. If Arya agrees, she also agrees to help. The teacher asks her to find a potion that can enlarge the breast. The hero is surprised and Arya is completely lost. For a few seconds, the girl tries to comprehend what he has heard and understands that it is still important to her. She already wanted to say that she is indifferent, but suddenly the teacher strictly asks her to silence. She says Arius will not be able to understand her if she has such a gift, pointing to her breasts. Then Linaria adds that if the boys bring this medicine, she will briefly become a hero. However, Arya asks her not to rush, confessing that she does not imagine how difficult it is. Linaria agrees that she has repeatedly tried to create the necessary potion, but all the attempts were unsuccessful. But suddenly she remembers that they now have a hero. She says that Zean is the strongest hero of the darkness of the axe, and if it helps, they will be able to overcome the cave with 10 paths. But Linaria warns, if the boys refuse, the hero will become her husband, and then Arya realizes that there is no hope for her. Then Zean agrees to bring this tincture from the cave. The teacher says that her husband will not refuse to do it. But suddenly he interrupts her and replies that he is not going to marry. The girl notices it and says that all the details of the hero will be able to find out in Arya. Then the boys leave her home. Going the street, Arya tells that her teacher is a real heroine. She is very strong, is able to cook and always care about the order in the house. But Arya thinks that the teacher is not yet married because she has little breasts. The hero confesses that he is not interested in potions that enlarge his chest. Then the girl tells that in the west, there is a cave where the old witch lives. It has various dangerous potions, and people say that they are special. Zean considers it suspicious and begins to doubt. Arya tells that it is a local legend. Once there lived an adventurer who got the elixir in a witch, but lost his hand, heading for it. The girl adds that this story is very popular in these parts. The hero is wondering why this potion is so valuable and confesses that he does not understand it. Then Arya warns, her words may seem selfish. She says this time she wants to go alone. In response, Zean reminds her that the girl helps him collect magical crystals, asks not to be modest, and extends her hand. Then he says he really needs the help of a girl. From these words, she fades, hesitation, because she does not know what to answer. But the girl suddenly smiles and sincerely thanks him, putting her hand to his chest. The hero, along with Arya, flies in the air. The girl is delighted with what he can fly, even if she is, but with the help of a friend. She rejoices that they will quickly get to the hack. She says that as a child she dreamed of becoming a bird to feel true freedom. Zean supports it and adds, sometimes you should afford your desires. However, the hero notes that the sky also carries a danger. If a person is flying, he can be kept a giant bird and eat. Hearing this, Arya laughs and says that he will probably become just food. Suddenly, she points to the road and says that there is a cave that has 10 aisles. The hero thinks that perhaps on the way back, they will meet a hack, although then he realizes that he does not really need this meeting. At first, Arya does not understand what he is talking about, but then she looks at the earth and sees a monster in front of which several armed men stand. The girl recognizes them and says that they are a well-known group of adventurers, and then asks the hero to rush. He pays attention to it and begins to refuse. At this point, Huck begins to prepare for the battle and rings, and suddenly his friends jump to him. The hero exclaims to the beast, calling him his friend, and asks for adventure seekers to lower their weapons. People are a little surprised that Zean has created such a mighty magic fox and assistant, but still decide to stop. But one of them turns to the hero and sees that the break seems to not stop. Then he asks the beast what is happening. He replies that adventurers do not want to pick up their words back, and adds that it can simply break them into pieces. Then Zean asks what it is about, and the beast tells that his friends were offended by the worst words. Suddenly, Arya seems to be as a heroine of water and clarifies whether they are all of them from the same group, which is called something like heisting. She confesses that she does not know what happened between them, but still asks everyone to stop. One of the adventurers asks the boys to reassure their fighting animal because they are very frightened and are afraid that it will start attacking. The girl also turns to Hoka to calm down, though he does not know what he had just been told. In the end, the beast decides to listen to her words and calms down. Then adventure seekers report that they do not want to be hostile to the heroine and decide to retreat. After that, everyone gather near the cave of 10 paths to clean it. Arya was a little surprised by this news and said that they were going there too. Noticing that they took with them a hero, one of the travelers warned, "It will be not easy." After that, people go, telling the guys who count on them. Then the hero approaches the beast, gently puts his hand on his back. He confesses that he had never seen him so angry before, and has wondered whether the adventure seekers have said something so serious. Then, the hook told that at first communication happened calmly, but suddenly people flew to him and began to provoke. Zean realized that they tried to attack the monster suddenly, and rejoiced that the hook had remained unharmed. Arya says that those adventures are a well-known Manga group in the capital, which includes experienced guys. Their composition is as follows: Warrior Giad, Meme Spokeswoman, Walks Destroyer, and HAP Robber. Especially among them, there is a Giad, because in the past it was a mercenary. The girl tells that as a child, he heard him called thousands of people. It was not surprising, because he became famous during the war. Then Arya recalls how travelers went to the cave and asked the hero what to do next. The hero is convinced that you should not change the whole plan, because a girl can always count on him, and he will always find a way out of any situation. The beast agrees with him and says he will always follow the deer. The hero begs for a distraction and turns to the hack, explaining that the Arya mentor is very much in need of a potion that is in the cave of 10 paths. The beast, having heard all the details, smiles a little and confesses that she does not quite understand what Lineari really wants, joking that she just wants her to want her because of big breasts. Seeing that his friend became himself again, the hero sighs relief. The story is then transferred to the outskirts of the Tenweiss cave. Seeing the opponents, Yad notes that this time only the weak gathered here. Suddenly, Chap returns to him and asks what they plan to do with the hero and his friends. Then the warrior thought that the fox was really very strong and mentioned that of all the monsters he won, the hook was the strongest. Chap added that Arya can create problems because it has the magic of water and ice. But Yadashir's friend noted that the girl was still very young and advised not to worry about it. After that, Zap is interested in Zean, hinting that he does not have the simple nature as it seems at first glance. Gitai agrees with him because he also considers the hero very strong and suddenly notices the bats that suck blood. The Mima suddenly states that he will deal with them and says the spell, 1,000 lightning outbreaks. After that, all the bats fall to the ground and no longer move. Jihad is surprised to the girl. She is, as always, strikes him, and he cannot but mark her attractive buttocks. He then asks whether he wants to meet him, but she politely refuses him. She further says that Zean knows and turns to him, calling the hero of darkness from Acts. After her words, everyone around is surprised because no one wants to believe in this. Meme emphasizes that she is originally from the same place as X himself and adds that she has often seen it. She notes that even if the hero hides his face under the mask, his gait and posture are always given. The girl recalls that she was even lucky to meet him personally. Hiad says it's awful. He then explains that the witch from the cave concludes such an agreement only every 10 years. If adventurers lose this opportunity, they will have to wait a very long time. Then Giad says they will have to fight for the elixir of longevity. Mim immediately chooses his opponent Zean because he has been watching him for a long time and wants to act on his own. The warrior notices it. Suddenly, Wax reports that he had an idea. He tells that if you go far into this cave, you can get to the intersection with 10 paths, and only one of them leads to a witch. Wax notes that even if the boys are split, they will still not be able to find the right path immediately, so they will only waste time in vain. Gad tells him to take care of the beast, because it is great for the fight against magical creatures. Wax pays attention to it and recalls that the attacks of the beast do not work on it at all. Then Guy turns to the Chappa and says that he will understand the heroine of the water. He realizes that Arya will become stronger than him, but knows her weakness, because Cap is well versed in girls. He confirms his words and wonders why not attack all four at once. But Hayat explains that although they could deal with them one by one, it would take too much time, which is better to spend on cleaning. He then adds that it is not necessary to win the guys at all. It is enough to make them retreat, at least today. The chap immediately guesses what a friend says and reminds that he has many traps that girls do not like. At this time, the guys approach the entrance to the cave and understand that adventurers are set up to fight. The hero turns to his friends and asks them to be careful, because no one knows what traps can wait inside. Arya, straining, notices that this group behaves too cruelly with its rivals. The hook adds that they have overdo it with beating, because they sincerely hate their opponents. Suddenly, the boys approached the place where the adventure seekers won the bats. The girl noticed it and immediately pointed to the traces. The hero agreed with her, assuming that it was the right thing of that smart group. They approach the place where the road is branched into 10 directions and decide that all these 10 trails should be here. Arya reads the inscription on the plate. If you go through a group, then the traps left by adventurers from Valencia will work. The hero thinks when he installed this plate, and the girl specifies why he asks about it. Then Zean notes that the cave is very humid, but the wooden plate remains dry. Huck also surprises to this and adds that, in his opinion, a group of adventurers simply wants to divide them in this way. The hero reminds everyone that they are branching out of 10 roads and decides it will be faster if they disperse in different ways. Arya agrees with this idea, and the hook remembers with a smile. Who would not come across a witch should ask for potions to enlarge breasts? Zean suggests that he will start from the first path to the left, then will take the 4th, 7th, and 10th. After him, the girl will take on the 2nd, 5th, and 8th paths, and the hook leaves the 3rd, 6th, and 9th, and noticing that he has no 4th journey, laughs at that. The hero goes on a journey and assures friends that they will meet soon. Arya asks him to be careful, and the beast offers to eat something delicious after cleaning. The hack goes to the tunnel, considering that fried meat is always tastier than raw. Suddenly the arrows fly from him, someone attacks him. But when they crash into the monster's body, they are thrown back, and the beast stops. The hook realizes that he needs to be careful and goes back. Here he notices a familiar figure and recognizes Wax. He notes that the scent concealment has already ended, and the beast thinks that that is why he finally decided to appear. Huck suddenly realizes that the guy was hiding somewhere in this room, after which he rushed to chase him and his friends when they split. Now Huck is thinking why Waxes spoke to meet this guy among all 4, remembering how he recently offended his friends. Then Huck concludes that that adventure seeker chose an animal with an enemy and calls it a coward. He promises that a man will still answer the insults of his 2 friends. The beast asks UECS whether he is going to take his words back, and in response hears that his fists will not yield to any monster or monster. The weak calls for Hack to attack him and uses his magic. But contrary to his expectations, the blow is much faster and sharply knocking down the adventurer from his feet, throwing it to the ground. After that, the beast states that it will not allow him to use magical artifacts, calling it too talkative. Then the hook thinks that others from this group can attack his friends alone and begins to worry about the Arya and Zean. At that moment, the girl screams and cannot understand that it is wrong with this road, because only insects and snakes are full. Suddenly, a crowd of terrible skeletons, slowly heading, appears in front of her. It was even more frightened by Arya, and the girl began to be pleased with the mercy. Seeing that the monsters still go to her and look disgusting, she decides to use a water gun. She screams that they do not fit closer. From her shots, the skeleton heads fly away from bodies. The girl realizes that this is how she will have to move on and tries to put up with it. But by surprise, in this deep darkness which is ahead, she notices someone's eyes. It tenses it even more, and it begins to think to whom they can belong. Suddenly, crazy goblins run out of there and start shouting that they want to hurt the girl something horrible. Arya realizes that it is goblins sinking, and in a panic rushes to flee. But suddenly, she hurts her head on something invisible and screams out loudly. The girl tries to move on, but suddenly understands. She is prevented by some invisible obstacle. Suddenly, the barrier appears. He informs Arya that she was not lucky because of all 10 ways she chose this one. In doing so, he calls it the heroine of water. The girl realizes that he appeared at a completely unsuccessful moment and grabs a ice sword. With these weapons, it strikes numerous goblins, cutting off their limbs, but suddenly it becomes morally difficult. Suddenly, the HAP says that he has only one condition. He asks the girl to leave this dungeon. Because he does not trust the simple promises, he asks him to leave him a ring of Arya as a guarantee. It became angry with her, and she ordered Chappa not to joke. But he, in response, said he was acting for her, because if she does not hurry, she would be eaten by goblins. The girl, in response, causes the icy spears. At the same moment, the spears penetrate the bodies of goblins and break the barrier created by the guy. The girl shouts that such cheap trick he will not stop her and immediately causes him a powerful blow. Suddenly, she realizes that she has already spent so much magical energy for the first way. Looking at a sense of pleasure, she looks at the shape and says that he should help her now. At the same moment, the weapon of the Jyad breaks in half, and the Jyad itself flies away. The meme, sitting on the floor, angrily calls the hero, wondering how quickly he dealt with her friend. The hero asks whether adventure seekers really seek to get a witch potion to become even stronger, because even now they seem extremely powerful. But Mima decides that he laughs at her, and she is wondering if he still remembers her. She reminds him of a girl from the past, who fought the Killian centaur. But then he realizes that he does not mention it, because he won the same monster with whom she had long been fighting in just a moment. But contrary to her expectations, the hero recognizes the girl and notes that she used the spear for her age, and Ming says that it was her revenge for his father, whom Zean took her directly in her eyes. The hero immediately understands what the girl says and apologizes, but suddenly the girl exclaims that she does not need his apology and assures she will still be better than him, which would not happen. Then the meme uses magical strengthening and suddenly begins to scream. She feels that she has already crossed her boundaries, and her desire to surpass the hero becomes even stronger. Zean was very frightened when he saw that the girl was on the verge of magical overload because he understood it could kill her. But the girl replies that she wants it and suddenly rushes to the hero attack. He notices that the girl has become very fast, and her strength has increased significantly. However, due to excessive use of magic, the human body will not withstand for a long time. Then, the hero decides to apply a black cover. After that, the girl feels that the forces are beginning to leave her. It gradually weakens, and then falls on the floor from impotence, quietly muttering. Zean explains that magic can withstand everything, but human life is not. That is why he used magic, along with the so-called black coating. After that, he leans to her and extends the potion so that she drank it. The Mima asks the hero what he wants to achieve, and in response, he hears an apology. The hero regrets that he has deprived the girl the opportunity to take revenge on his father. Meanwhile, the girl obediently drinks the potion. Suddenly, she asks him to take her in her students and confesses that she admires him from the same day. So if she fails to surpass him, she will at least be able to learn something. The hero apologizes to her and explains that he usually does not take the students, but is ready to make her an exception. He says that if she exceeds it one day, he will be able to choose a different way for herself. After that, Zean goes to leaving the cave and says that when the Mima finds something really important to itself, then it will become stronger than any magic. The hero goes to the door and puts his palm on them. He recalls that only a 10th path is different from others and thinks, where do this door lead? Zean carefully opens the door and sees the space in front of him. There are bookcases and furniture inside, and different little things are placed everywhere. The hero watches all around but continues his way. Finally, he approaches the table where the girl is waiting. She welcomes him and notes that 10 years have passed. Zean is immediately alert and asks her whether she and the witch who lives here. Then he clarifies whose hands are on the right, all these traps and monsters. The witch decides to admit that she is not involved in what the hero asks. She explains that this cave did everything instead. The hero reports that he has come for her potion, but suddenly notices the elfie ears on the table and sharply asks where they came from here. The witch asks why Zean is interested in it, and he replies that it does not give it a very rest, especially because his acquaintances are elves. Because of this, every time he sees like this, he is angry. Suddenly, when the girl was already going to be indignant, the blade rises to her forehead. The hero instructs her sword on her and strictly orders her hands on the table. Then he decides to ask where she has these ears. The witch reluctantly replies that from time to time, teleportation visits the city and buys ingredients for evil from one person. The hero specifies the name of this person, and the girl replies, his name is Hole. According to her, he has the largest tool workshop in the capital. Zean realizes that this person is not easy and is interested in who he really is. But the witch replies to it, and suddenly the hero waves the sword and breaks the ingredients. The girl exclaims and says that it is very expensive. However, the hero replies that he does not want to know the exact price, and adds that he will not talk to someone who is lying. Then the witch reveals that Wholesale belongs to the antisocial organization. Zean thinks that she also belongs to this group because she was engaged in the illegal sale of elixirs of longevity. But the girl asks him to believe that she is really one of them and explains what he needs to do to see it. Initially, the hero asks her to tell everything she knows about the antisocial organization and warns that she does not enter into any agreements with them. But then he also asks to give her breast potion, which the witch agrees. After a while, Zean leaves the cave and tells the hack about everything that has happened. He suggests that Wholesale himself will go to the elven village or send his assistant there. The hero is especially thinking about the second option. When the guy approaches the building, he suddenly notices the announcement. Entrance with animals and associates is forbidden. Because of this, the hack despairs. He realizes that he did so, that there is no animal smell in the room. But Zean assures that he does not stink at all. Huck says that everything is washed every day. After these words, the hero goes to the building. Seeing an unlovable guy, he thinks that he is the owner of the shop and asks about it. The guy confirms his guess. After that, Zean tells me that he has heard about a terrible grandmother who lives in a 10-root cave. The guy replies that she is not really scary and then adds that it is only rumors. Then the main character notes that living in the capital is really good. There are so many interesting products. And the king is just a wonderful person, he adds, watching the reaction of the interlocutor. The seller is dissatisfied with whether Zean has come to talk about life and asks him to leave if he is not going to buy anything. He understands that the witch was not lied, and the store owner really perceives such issues very painfully. Then the hero says he has several questions and promises not to touch the guy if he answers honestly. He asks whether his name Wholesale really does not receive any answer. Then Zean puts his hands on his chest and asks if he was not mistaken. Then the hero adds that a witch told him from the cave. Hearing this, the owner of the store is markedly surprised and asks Zean who he really is. He seems like the former hero of darkness, AKS Zean. The hero apologizes for the late, and the guy in response to tightly exclaims and squeezes his teeth from excitement. After that, the hero asks his first question. Does the organization really get elven ears from another country to make the elixir of longevity? Then he is interested in the second time. Does this organization have someone influential who supports them from the outside? And finally, the third question. Will this guy continue to do association? He notices that Zean does not exaggerate, calling himself a hero, and remembers that X once he has been in this country. Then Wholesale asks whether there is evidence that a real character is in front of him. This Zean replies that he has recently lost the ring, and now it will not be easy to prove. Then the guy says that the real hero would never lose the ring, and then gets a special object to check if the hero is telling the truth. But Wholesale says that this charming thing measures Manu's enemy. As soon as she does it, he immediately determines the strength of the enemy. But when he directs the object to the hero, he watches with horror how the indicators grow sharply. Suddenly the mana level exceeds 350,000, and Wholesale cannot believe its eyes. He thinks it is a joke, because even the strongest royal magician had only about 300,000. The hero takes a charming object and asks the boy if he knows that elves do not like people. At this point, he recalls how people had already attacked him. After all that happened, he began to gradually believe in humans. But now the hero is watching how through human greed elves cruelly crippled. Then he breaks the magic artifact and says that it cannot be forgiven. Then the guy promises to tell Zean all the truth, but only on one condition. He says that if other participants learn about it, he will be killed, because he just put his father's place in the organization. After his father's death, the guy tells that he began to deal with a witch who lived in a 10-root cave. He put his hands in front of him, as if begging for a mercy. Zean explains that if the city leaves the city, the hero Arya will protect him. He asks that he will answer such an offer. The guy realizes that he is already familiar with a hero who possesses the power of water, and confesses that this news inspires him. Opto puts hands on the table and proposes to start with the elves first, and then adds that I have heard about the attacks on the elves that are happening right now. He then adds that members of the organization hunt not only on the ears of elves to create a potion, but also on a certain magical artifact. At this point, he recalls that they turn elves into a forbidden product. Hearing this, the hero was angry because now he understands the elves are not weak at all. Then, with a serious facial expression, he asks, how do members of the organization cope with such opponents? Hearing this, Wholesale decides to say that there is a traitor among the elves who cooperates with an antisocial organization. From these words, Zean has a horror in his eyes, and he once again asks the interlocutor. Then the guy adds that in addition to everything, they have a patron sustained a chain of a tag. He tells that men kill, cut off their ears and tear their eyes, and women instead turn into something forbidden. But Wholesale confesses that he does not know what women do next. The hero extends his hand forward, decides to forget about the tag, and suggests that the main purpose of the antisocial organization to which he belongs is to overthrow the government. After that, he asks the interlocutor whether it really is. In response, he says that in 5 days there will be a parade in honor of the prince's birthday, and explains that this was their main purpose. But suddenly the hero tells him the stunning news. Zean says that the shelter in the church was attacked, and this news was so struck by the guy that he stopped for a moment, trying to understand what he heard. Suddenly, it comes to the optic that he is the hero himself and his friends. He immediately asks if they were really. The hero replies that yes, explaining that it was because of this attempt on the prince that was cancelled. However, the man grabs his head and confesses that he has not heard of cancellation. He then adds that he would like to stop them, but no one knows what damage this store could suffer. Then Zean asks him not to tell anyone about him or about this conversation. In return, he agrees to help Wholesale. The Zean then returns and goes to the exit. But in response, the guy also asks nothing to tell him, because if the members of the organization learn about his betrayal, they will destroy his whole family. The hero stops for a moment and understands that he has become too naive. He thinks, can no longer distinguish where justice and where not. With these thoughts, he goes. The story then brings us to the home of army mentor. Zean apologizes for late, and a friend who is glad he has finally came. After that, she adds that the teacher is already endlessly glad. Suddenly, the girl runs to the main character, hugs him firmly by her neck, and exclaims joyfully, which she always believed in him and knew, he will work out. After that, she squeezes her breasts and shows them to the hero, asking to evaluate. The teacher notes that the action of the potion is obvious, but eventually decides to stop this show while Arya burns with shame behind her back. The girl shows on a table filled with different foods, and with a smile reports that today boys can eat well, winking them. The hero in khaki cannot restrain saliva as he sees such delicious food in front of him. The beast honestly confesses that he does not believe. All this was really prepared on his own. Zean immediately invites everyone to sit down and start a meal. The hack began to eat and shout loudly that the teacher's food was just wonderful. The hero stifles him, because everything is really delicious. Then the teacher with a smile confesses that she learned to cook to become a good wife. She adds that she cooks even better than beating, but still remains alone. Arya is already beginning to be bored from these conversations and notes that for a woman the main thing is not to grumble or complain. Suddenly, the girl remembers the promise of the teacher and seriously asks, "How about heroism?" Then she laughs and still agrees to become a hero of water, albeit for a short time. Suddenly, Arya begins to shout from happiness and rushes to the teacher, confessing to her in her love. The teacher comes up and solemnly states that she will become a heroine with big breasts and will definitely find a good guy. At this point, Haku and Arya notice that she has finally become happy, though he has not yet been delighted with the thought of a mandatory marriage. The story goes to the main character standing on the street, immersed in his thoughts. He says that the future consists of small decisions that a person makes daily. He concludes that now you can no longer doubt or ignore what is happening. Zean understands that it is a harvest and an antisocial organization that needs to be stopped. Suddenly, friends approach him and say that the teacher got drunk and fell asleep. When Gook advises to move further, he says he goes to the village of elves. Friends immediately answer that they will go with him and ask why he to go there. Arya thinks whether she can go tomorrow because it has become dark, and she worries for Zean. The hero replies that there is no time to wait until tomorrow, so he is about to go to the village immediately. After that, he asks Arya to stay. The girl begins to deny, saying that he also wants to go with him. But Zean replies that he has his reasons and asks her to listen. He says that after 5 days, one antisocial organization plans to attempt the prince, just on his birthday. The hero asks Arya to protect a guy named Otto, who reported this important news. Zean confesses that he would like to return as soon as possible, but understands that it is unlikely to work. Then he decides that he will be calmer if the girl stays nearby. Arya asks the hero if he trusts her, and looks at him with a passionate look. The hero smiles and replies that, of course, trusts her. After that, the girl becomes more confident in herself and promises that he will never betray the hero's trust. She assures that everything will be well and asks to leave the kingdom under the care of himself and her teacher. Then Zean sits on the hack and says he will soon return. The beast has been worn by Gallop for some time. He says he has supplemented the calories of Linaria, so he is now able to run all night. The hero thanks him for it and says that you need to get as soon as possible. He gathered all his strength, added speed, and rushed, leaving only dust. Suddenly, the story is transferred to the southwest of the Principality of Galen, to the forest. This place is also called the Lost Forest. On huge trees stood small houses that looked like each other. In one of them, Elf appealed to his relatives and suggested that only one of the people could have theft among elves. The oldest elf believes that the kidnifter is just pretending to be an elf, and because of this all become wary. Suddenly, the girl turns to the elder and suggests that he may already suspect someone. The elder replies to her that the enemy can give himself out of the lane. He tells what he spoke to Lanala yesterday, but noticed that her breathing was not like the elves. Some people start whispering, not believing that Lanala should already be replaced. It is so young. It only exacerbates anxiety, and people squeeze their fists. Suddenly, the elder rotates to the Kuna, remembering that Lanala was her girlfriend. The girl agrees, and then he asks her to take care of her girlfriend, realizing that it will not be easy for her. At first, she replies what she can, but immediately changes the facial expression and says that it is sure to do it. Then, Kuna adds that if the enemy is hidden under the guise of a lanal, you need to find out as soon as possible from where the real girl is. The elder notes that she sees how confident she in herself, but still asks her not to overdo it. In response, Kunisa exclaims that he causes the enemy, even if he has to flow blood, but the elder again repeats his advice. The girl raises her bow, seriously states that she is going, and squeezes his free hand into his fist. Then it quickly goes in the right direction, jumping from the branch to the branch. Suddenly, when the girl runs on the other branch, on the right side, a cute Slim jumps out in front of her, which clearly rejoices in her appearance. He calls the Kuna, and she immediately notices him. The girl apologizes for making him wait, gently calls him Thin Puni, but he replies that everything is fine and it was not at all a problem for him. She takes Punin with her and invites him to go to Lanhala. If he agrees, she asks to slam with her back. Nine immediately realizes that it is about the merger and fulfills the request. After that, the girl merges with the mucus, and they almost become one. At this time, Punini turns on Kunis's head. She tries to prevent the opinion that Lanali has become a fake. But at the same time, he understands that the look of the elder never lies. Kuna realizes that now is not the time to relax, and suddenly Punini is asking her whether it was Lanali, pointing to the girl ahead. The girl notices that her girlfriend tries to hide from someone, and also decides to bother nearby. Kuna looked carefully and confirmed Punin's assumption, thinking about what she was busy. Suddenly, Lanali disappeared somewhere. The Kuna did not even have time to blink, but she quickly mastered herself and warned Punin that they were already going to her. Kuna rushes after Lanolin, but suddenly turns out to be very fast. The girl notices that she cannot catch up with her and begins to suspect that something is wrong here because she has always been the fastest in the village. At that moment, Kun suddenly begins to doubt. Her girlfriend may be truly self-esteem, as he warned the elder. Suddenly, the girl notices a strange place behind her back and quickly hides behind the tree trunk. The girl notices that Lanals are no longer in the village and thinks, who are all these people who gathered where she just came from? Suddenly, one of the suspicious men turns to the alley clan, asking for some elfine. At the same moment, the girl returns to the Kuna, shows him a finger and reports that she is hiding behind a tree here. At this point, the Kuna falls into numbness and thinks that she hasn't lured her lane. But suddenly, Lanali addresses her by his name and asks to leave the shelter. From such an unexpected turn, the girl gets lost and tries to understand how to do it right.